All right, this board retreat is called to order. Thank you all for being here. It is being streamed. Is it being streamed live? All right, it's being streamed live. Welcome. Today for our board retreat, we're welcoming Dr. Barbara Jenkins. I just want to spend a minute to read her bio because it's pretty impressive.
Please don't read the whole thing.
I will try not to, but I don't promise it. So, Dr. Jenkins has been serving students for over 30 years. In 2012, she was named superintendent for Orange County Public Schools, which is the 8th largest in the nation, 106,000 students. She retired from Orange County Public Schools in December 2022, so pretty recent. Under Dr. Jenkins' leadership, the district won the prestigious Board Prize for Urban Education Award. The district also received the Governor's Sterling Award and attained district accreditation from Advanced CE for its best practices in the educational field. The Sustained Excellence Award was attained for exemplary performance using research-based practices in business. The district also passed a second, I'm not sure what this means, half-penny sale tax referendum for capital projects totaling $2.4 billion and 2 property tax referenda for operation project projected at $1.2 billion to support a $5.5 billion annual budget. Most importantly, the district reached unprecedented graduation rate of 97% for traditional high schools during her tenure. We also have some past recognitions for Dr. Jenkins, which include the Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents Hispanic Serving School District Superintendent of the Year, Florida Association for Career and Technical Education CTE Superintendent of the Year, Florida Music Education Association Superintendent of the Year, Orlando Sentinel and Orlando Magazine's Most Powerful List, Orlando Business Journal CEO of the Year, and Women's Executive Council Woman of the Year. Dr. Jenkins is also past president of the Florida Association of District School Superintendents and served 5 years on the Florida Council of 100, a nonpartisan organization advising the government on key policy issues from the business community's perspective. In 2017, Dr. Jenkins was also named the Florida Superintendent of the Year and one of 4 finalists for the national title.
Underachiever, obviously.
You can stop now.
You want me to stop? Because there's a couple more good stuff here.
I have a feeling she wanted you to stop.
Okay.
In the beginning, she didn't want to.
I'll stop now, and maybe I'll share it later. I'll just pepper it throughout the meeting.
Pepper it throughout the meeting.
Like, remember when you were on? All right, well, may I introduce Dr. Barbara Jenkins, if you could kind of take.
So let me just say 2 things. First of all, I am certainly very humbled by the introduction and by the things we were able to accomplish in Orange County, Florida, California. But I told the group yesterday I was speaking with, it was not because Jenkins being so brilliant, it was because I had an incredible school board who understood governance, who helped drive the vision and the mission for our children. And I had an incredible team, much like what Kimberly's been able to assemble here to help get the work done. One individual cannot accomplish what needs to be done for our children. To that same end, I want to thank each of you. I was trying to advance the slides here and it's not working. Kara. I want to thank each of you for the work that you do on behalf of children. I was speaking to someone that came in. It's not a gracious, okay, thank you. It's not a job that most people would have initially signed up for because the job is challenging now to be a board member. So I want to thank each of you for what you do on behalf of children across the country as well. I also wanted to mention, some people may remember Jim McIntyre. It's not advancing on the screen. Jim McIntyre was my partner last time we were here. He actually had to Zoom in. I'm just going to mention so few folks remember him. He is still the dean of college education at Belmont College, but he does not get to do much additional work. His wife, who had a health episode at the time when we was here a year ago, has had continual decline in her health. So I want to mention that to you so you know, I still consult with him. We still have opportunities to do some work for Yale, school, in the School of Management at Yale, and other things that we consult on together, but just wanted to mention him so we keep him in your thoughts as well. Do we have connection. Okay. All right, so we're gonna do, I'm gonna go past the agenda pretty fast. You've seen it in advance. Roseanne is helping me with timekeeping so that we can try to get through everything, but it's a pretty aggressive agenda. I think we can get it all done today. We will squeeze out time where we have to, including on your break. If we have to, we'll just keep going right through the break. But there's our agenda. And then here are our norms for today, and you will notice that a teacher in me, because I had started out as a teacher, never thought I'd be anything else like a superintendent. I was happy to be a teacher, because I love my first grade teacher. And so the teacher in me will still have you engaged, because I can't stand to be in a meeting where you just sit and get what we call rear end numbing. There's another term for it that I won't say since we're broadcasting, but that kind of numbing sitting, I just can't stand for. So you'll notice there'll be some time that we move around and get some things done and interact with each other. First thing we're going to do is a little choral reading. What are our norms for today? Let's read together quickly. Fully engage, listen and seek to understand, focus on what's best for our students, assume good intentions, be both candid and kind, self-regulate your airtime. Is there anything else we need to add? That's pretty comprehensive. Pretty comprehensive. I think we can do it. It'll help our time together be most productive. Here's our icebreaker. It's called 2/3 truth. Some people call it 2 truths and a lie.
What is 2 truths?
2 truths and a lie. And so we're going to do this expeditiously, but give us some familiarity with one another as well. You tell 2 things that are true about you. They can be professional, and then you tell one that is not true. You got to keep poker face. Got to look like they're all true, because the rest of the group has to try to decide which one is not true. So I'll go first. I am extremely proud to say that I was actually a cheerleader when I was in secondary school. Number 1. Number 2, I am extremely proud that I have 3 degrees from the university that inducted me into their Hall of Fame. Thirdly, I've had 2 husbands because the superintendency is very demanding on marriages. And so we have a history of plenty of divorce among superintendents. So I'm on my 2nd husband, and he is wonderful. First husband was wonderful as well. It just didn't last through the stress. All right, you have a minute to think, and then you got to tell me which one is a lie. Just blurt it out.
Second husband.
Yeah, me too.
Second husband. Cheerleader.
Cheerleader was my
That last one got
Cheerleader.
the most detail.
3 people said cheerleader. And 2 people said second husband. I'm still on my first husband. 38 years. The second, everything else I said was true. It is demanding and it does create a lot of divorce, but Harold is a saint and he's been married to me for 38 years. Good. Okay. All right, so now you know a little something about me on the personal side. Someone else. 2 truths and a lie.
I went to the 1st grade when I was 3. I have 2 master's degrees, one in urban planning, one as a master's of business administration. Trying to think of the 3rd one.
You gotta have them in your mind. You gotta be quick.
I learned how to swim when I was about 15. So I didn't know how to swim.
All right, which one's a lie?
I don't think you were.
I think I was just saying
You said
you're
the
4.
kindergarten, because I think you told me this.
Yep.
I went to the 1st grade when I was 3. I have 2 master's degrees. One is a master's of business administration, one is in urban planning. And I didn't learn how to swim until I was 15.
All right, quick. Somebody's.
Swimming is a lie.
I'm 3.
You say swimming, what do you say?
I think it's the first one because we talked about this, and I don't think you were 3, I think you were like 4, or skipped first kindergarten.
You can't tell everything, you know. You think it's the
Okay,
first.
Right, me too.
You think it's a 3-year-old, 3-year-old?
I was wrong.
Which one is it,
I was
Michelle?
the first one.
The swimming.
The
Oh my God, I was in
15. Swimming. All right, someone else quick.
one was a lie, right?
Some of those, you
Yeah.
gotta have three in mind when you go, you can't.
I completed the Ironman. I spent 3 months backpacking through Patagonia, the mountains region, not the store. I was, one of my works was published on the slave trade and its effect on American culture.
Which one's the one? What was the first one again?
What were the
Did the
two?
Ironman,
That one.
That one,
What's the second one?
3 months in backpacking
And
through
then the
Patagonia.
last one was what?
Published for an article on slave trade's impact on American culture.
I'm going second one. I'm not sick, I'm sorry, I've had cough for like.
Patagonia.
I'm going Ironman.
Iron Man.
I'm going with number 3.
I can see you doing Iron
Anybody else?
I'll go number 2.
Number 2.
What did you say, Kim?
Number 2.
What is it?
Number 3.
Oh.
It was almost published, but my professor wiggled it out.
Look at that Iron Man completer.
Oh.
All right, someone else.
Dr. Jenkins, also Rochelle Miller, she's been joining us virtually.
Oh, Rochelle, you will have to give us, I don't see your face up there, but Rochelle, you will have to give us your truths and a lie as well.
Okay, I'm here.
You want to go now, Rochelle?
Oh, yeah, I can go now.
Nice to meet you, by the way. Go ahead.
Nice to
And
meet you
sorry
too.
you couldn't be here in person. Give us your-
Thank you. Me too. I'm super bummed about it. Okay. The first one is that, let me think. Actually, can somebody else go first? I gotta think about this.
I can go, I got one. All right, I got a splinter from my wooden engagement ring. I had to push my kid out of the way of a whale shark. And I ran into a child from upstate New York pre-internet in a bar in Hungary.
Got shot. It was one of my better days. That was yesterday. Up down the bowl.
One.
Third one.
Splinter from my wooden engagement.
That'll make you a suspect. Hey, nobody likes to show off that.
Rochelle, can you mute your microphone for a minute?
Third one.
Yes.
I did not ever get a splinter from my wooden engagement ring. Yeah, the two are true.
We still have a wooden-
I do, it's broken. It broke right before I got married, but I have it in a box at home.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool. All right, somebody else.
All right, I'll go ahead. It's challenging. I'm gonna do it twice because I've needed to hear everybody's twice, I think, so far. I've run Hood to Coast 4 times in the last 10 years. I spent most of my college courses studying the Civil War and aftermath. And I once got to tell Shaquille O'Neal happy birthday.
Same again.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I have run Hood to Coast 4 times in the last 10 years. I spent most of my college courses studying the Civil War and its aftermath. I got to tell Shaquille O'Neal happy birthday.
Oh, number one.
I'm gonna say one.
First one, because you ran it 5 times.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. For like 9 times or something.
I'll say that.
I'm saying 3.
One. All right, the answer, I have run Hood to Coast 4 times, but thanks to the vote of confidence. The one, obviously we just talked about like what I studied with civics, which is our constitution team, which is why number 2 came up. But I share a birthday with Shaquille O'Neal, but I have never gone to his house.
Oh,
we got it.
Shout out to Shaquille O'Neal if you're watching this. I mean, that's not
in
Travis
person.
Kelce, Matt Taylor, right?
I met him and I went up to him and said, we share the same birthday, and he just sort of like wrote it down.
He's so big.
I mean, it's really something.
In person, it's great. All right, very good. Thanks for sharing that. Someone else. Or Rochelle, you ready? Rochelle, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Ready? All right, go. Hit us.
Okay. The first is that I grow award-winning roses. The second is that I was the prom queen when I was in high school. And the third is that I have been to Bermuda 3 times.
What was the first one?
I grow award-winning roses.
I'm gonna go
I
prom
want my
queen.
bouquet.
Prom queen, number 2.
Number 2.
Homecoming.
Number 2 is the lie?
Yeah.
No, number one is the lie.
Oh, you grow beautiful roses.
I grow just regular roses. They haven't won any awards.
Not award-winning roses. All right, great way to trick them, Rochelle, thank you. Who else?
Okay, I have a diploma in early childhood education from the University of London. I was a cheerleader in college. And I have 4 children, young, where there's a difference in age of 18 years between one and another.
I think it's 3.
We'll go one for the heck of it.
I know there's an age span, I'm just not sure if it's 18.
Okay, well, I don't have 4 children, I have 3. That was kind of sneaky to have.
What was it? Which one was it, Patty?
I have 3 children now.
That was tricky.
Yeah.
Okay, who ain't gone yet?
I can go. Okay, first one, I moved out before I graduated from high school. Second one is my favorite class in high school was Glee Club. And my third one is I once threw a party for you two. 2.
Oh.
What was number 2? What order did I do this in?
First
You
one
go.
was you moved out before high school.
That
So
one
then we
down.
moved
Yeah.
Moved out before high school, Glee Club, and YouTube.
Oh, I guess.
You guys are right, it's only because my high school didn't have a Glee Club. I
That's
would
what I
have
thought.
So was
It's
choir.
fairly recent.
That was tricky. I knew YouTube because I saw something in your bio, so I'm not gonna fall for that. See, I watched your board meeting, I read your bios, I know some things about you. You haven't gone yet.
Oh, am I supposed to go too?
If you're in the bullpen, you gotta go.
Okay, I was a cheerleader in high school. I was Rose Festival Princess. And I was alumna of the year from my and Patty's alma mater.
What was first?
2.
Cheerleader.
Cheerleader.
I'm gonna
Junior
say-
Rose Festival, regular Rose Festival?
I'm gonna say Rose Festival.
Rose Festival.
2.
The only race I've lost in my entire life.
Emily Perry.
You showed her.
Rose Festival.
Rose Festival? That's funny.
I would have played that.
That's hilarious.
She went, my parents were so glad that I didn't win.
Alumna of the year.
They were so glad I didn't.
Who left?
Oh, okay, no, let me write mine out really quickly.
I really remember this.
Okay, here we go. 2 of my 4 kiddos are 16 minutes apart. I have 1 more home visit for my foster care license, and I lived on the East Coast for 1 year.
East
Two.
Coast. 1.
East Coast.
I think you're being tricky on the 16 minutes, I'm just calling that out.
Yeah. I've never lived on the East Coast.
I mean, there were 16 minutes.
My twins.
Twins could
I
be
thought you were
more.
tricking us with like 20.
They're like, yeah.
That was
Wow.
exactly, that was like the number of minutes.
Yeah, exactly. She was so specific, I thought you were giving us a red herring.
Everyone's gone? Did you?
Sharon.
No. I have 4 granddaughters. I lived in Turkey growing up, and I played softball all the way through college.
Say them again?
I have 4 granddaughters. I lived in Turkey growing up, and I forgot the last one. Oh, I played softball through college.
I think you did, I did, I think you have a different number of granddaughters.
1. I go with 1.
I'm gonna go with 1.
1 for sure.
I have 5. I became a grandma before I was a mom.
That's really not fair, I mean.
So you grew up in Turkey?
I feel like
That's
that's
interesting.
All these rings.
I think.
We weren't keeping score, but did Patty get most of
I
it?
think she did.
Yeah.
Oh, very
Not
nice.
all, I missed on any.
All right, then we're gonna, get ready to bring in Dr. Joseph. Our icebreaker is completed. We are on schedule. You're supposed to come on at 1:30 to talk about your TTI review. Are we ready?
Yes, actually.
I hear a sound.
So dogs, you have to hear it. Oh.
Are you there, Sean? I see you. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Dr. Joseph.
Again, can you hear me? Hello.
Can hear you.
Hey, Michelle, good to hear you.
Hi, nice to see you.
Okay. Okay, are we okay?
We're good. You're on.
Okay, if you can take your screen down, I can pull mine up right now. It won't let me.
You don't want me to mess it up. Come on, Carol.
I hope you all are doing well. It was great hearing your warm-up activity. I got some interesting lives, and your TTI is very interesting. By the way, I really enjoyed having an opportunity to review it, and I'll walk you through it now because I think there are some good implications for it. Just let me come in. If you can see my screen here, just a little bit about myself. I can't believe I've been in education now for 30 years. I started coming from Lincoln University, America's oldest historically Black college. And I was there hoping to be a medical doctor. Long story short, I met a student from South Philadelphia High School, who couldn't read. And I didn't understand back in 1994 how we could put somebody on the moon and not teach a Black child how to read in this country. And I switched my major in my junior year from biology to English education. And since that time, I have been an English teacher, a reading specialist. I was a team leader, a dean of students, an assistant principal. I was Maryland State Principal of the Year back in 2009, and then supervised 34 schools, all in Montgomery County, Maryland. It's right outside of Washington, D.C. They have about 160,000 students there. And then I left my position supervising those 34 schools to actually become a superintendent in a small rural district in Seaford, Delaware. If you've ever gone to Rehoboth Beach, you've gone through Seaford. It's right there on Route 1 in southern Delaware. Just a district of 6 schools, but high needs. And I did that for 2 years before taking on the deputy superintendent job in Prince George's County, Maryland, which is right outside of Washington, D.C. They have about 208 schools and 132,000 students. And I did that for 2 years before going to Nashville, Tennessee, where I assumed the superintendency for 3 years there. When I left Nashville, I went to Fordham University in New York. I'm originally from New York. And so went there for 2 years, had an opportunity to reconnect with my mom and family and everybody, and then winded up coming on back to the DC area where my wife and kids and I had resided for about 20 some odd years to assume an assistant professor role at Howard University. And at Howard, that's where I had an opportunity to meet Michelle, your wonderful board member, because at Howard, I did a bunch of things, including I was in the tenure track and I taught the politics of education and urban education class. I ran an urban superintendent's academy, and during that time there, 5 years, we placed 23 superintendents around the country. So I was really proud about that. And then we had a partnership with the National School Board Association to do board work focused on policy development, superintendent evaluation, and budgeting. And so that was great. And then this January, to my surprise and to my family's surprise, I decided to come on back into the superintendent world. And now I'm serving as interim superintendent in Prince George's County, the place where I was deputy superintendent for 2 years, and doing that right now. So life's definitely like a box of chocolates because you never know what you're going to get. And during my time, I had an opportunity to write 2 books. I wrote a book called The Principal's Guide to the First 100 Days of the School Year, Creating Instructional Momentum, published by Routledge way back in 2012. And then after I left the superintendency, I wrote a piece called Finding the Joseph Within, just a reflection kind of on the fact that, uh, God gives us a challenge as a blessing in life because it makes us stronger and gives us a bit of wisdom. So I just took a moment to look at that. So that's a little bit about my background. And I'll also say I'm a senior consultant for Hazard Young Atia and Associates because that's important to mention. And over the course of the past I don't know, 6 years, we've worked to support superintendents around the country and school boards. So, in that role, I led the efforts to place the superintendent in Atlanta Public Schools, in Las Vegas or Clark County Public Schools. We did Rochester, New York, Montgomery, Alabama, and Patterson, New Jersey. Those were the searches that I led. I know you all have worked with Makai Ali, a colleague of mine, I believe, with you all. A great colleague, and we collaborate a lot on a lot of national searches for Hazard Young and Associates. So, as we look at your TTI, thank you for completing it. What a TTI measures are 4 areas. It's a DISC assessment, so it looks at your dominance, your influence, your steadiness, and your compliance. When I talk about dominance, I'm speaking about, so how do you respond to problems? It really looks at how assertive are you. All right, are you a person who is take charge, very forceful in communications and getting things done, or more on the passive side? So that's what it's measuring there. In terms of influence, it looks at, how much social interaction do you like or want, right? And then steadiness, what's the pace in which you like to do work? Some people like to do things one thing at a time. Other people just give me 10 balls and I like running with them all at the same time. So where are you on that continuum? And then finally, compliance. How much of a rule follower are you? And how analytical and detail oriented are you in your work? So when you look at your overall team, you see you have 3 people that have strong dominance, right? Like strong drive. You have 2 people who have really strong desire for interpersonal social relationships. You've got, let's see here. Am I looking at, hold on, let me make sure I got the right,
I was gonna say, it said
wrong one. Yes. Let me pull the right one. So 30 seconds. I'm like, wait a minute. Looks like a lot of people. Yours is much smaller. Hold on, I'm sorry. Let me pull it up. I had 2, let me take this one off. All right, let me try this one more time. Same, these reports are all the same here, but just different, different types. Here we go, Portland governance team. There we go. You can tell, so I do hundreds of these a year. Here we go.
And can I just insert that you also did this for the cabinet, whole cabinet team?
Yeah. So I've done it for your cabinet. I've done it for your operations team, and I've done it for one other team within. So just yesterday, I had a wonderful debrief with John and the operations team.
Nice.
And it was very, very insightful, and hopefully they saw the benefit. And I know they did because we spent an hour just kind of debriefing and talking and answering questions. And I have a number of cabinet members who have me doing follow-ups from it and introspection. So it's an excellent tool for introspection and all leadership, particularly. I mean, I follow the work that you've been doing in Portland for some time, and I know you all have been very equity conscious and trying to get things right for all children, right? And all journeys with equity begin with oneself and understanding, yourself, because if you're going to lead, you have to have followership, and to have followership, you've got to be able to adjust and adapt. And so when you look at this particular team, you've got 3 folks with strong dominance, right? Strong, kind of want to take charge and move the ball forward. You've got 1 person who really has a natural profile for really engaging and connecting. You've got 2 folks who probably like having lots of balls in the air and running really fast. And you've got 1 person who really is a strong rule follower. And not to say that you all aren't, but but just you got 1 in particular who really follows rules and is very thoughtful and analytical in terms of approach there, in terms of behaviors. And these type of assessments try to describe people. So there are about 8 different behavioral types that you get kind of clustered in with this assessment, right? So you can be a conductor, right? Those are people who tend to be direct, decisive, and seek results. You've got persuaders. Those are people who tend to convince others by appealing to reason, understanding, or emotion. You have promoters. Those are people who tend to verbalize many thoughts in order to influence outcomes. You have relators, who are people who tend to take time, think positively, and focus on interpersonal relations. You've got supporters. Those are people who tend to champion sound ideas, working steadily and diligently to ensure a project is fully realized. You have coordinators. Those are people who tend to be fact-oriented and adhere to proven methods to complete projects and tasks. Analyzers are people who tend to seek out accuracy in all activities and ensure the highest quality possible by gathering precise data. And implementers, people who tend to assess, leverage facts and figures, and advance towards a solution. So when you look at your prototype here, you have 2 people who are conductors, who would be considered conductors, right? You've got about 4 people who would be in that persuader realm. You've got about 3 people who would be supporters and 2 people who would be coordinators. And you have no natural analyzers, implementers, promoters, or relators. That has an impact, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that as we get to the kind of so what, and I'll happily answer any questions. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to walk you through who's where, and you have your individual profiles. In your individual profiles, I gave you the profiles without the narrative because we were communicating via emails, and you didn't want any potential FOIA requests or things to happen there. But if you ever want to have a one-on-one and see the full piece, we can figure out how to look through that. And then I can talk you through it anyway, some detail. But you have your ratings, and now I'm just going to kind of go over the strengths that each bring and talk about the implications. So in terms of the persuaders, and you have 3 out of the 7 people who took the assessment here. In terms of what you bring as a persuader are persuaders are optimistic about their team goals. They promote and accept changes. They engage others in projects and tasks. They get results through team members, and they can be decisive and aggressive when presented with challenges. And your 3 persuaders are Kimberly, Rochelle, and Michelle.
Yes.
A persuader. So when you look at your individual reports that you have, you're going to see at the bottom of your reports that you're going to have 2 different bar graphs there. One's going to say it's your adapted style, and one says it's your natural style. The natural style is when Michelle wakes up and she walks out into the world, how would she function? What would her behaviors be like? That's what your natural style is. The adapted style is when Michelle goes into work, if she changes, how would she change? Right. So, and many of us change in environments, right? Because leadership is always about context, right? And, me being a 6'2", dark-skinned African-American Black man, I understand that there are times that when I walk into a space and people don't know me, there might be perceptions that emerge, right? So knowing that, I tend to be naturally in environments much more passive than what I would naturally be. I speak less than I probably naturally would. I tend to, try to listen deeply and respond succinctly because, I'm mitigating and, potential narratives that I know people might have formed just not knowing me, but knowing the profile. But that's what I mean when you change adaptively. So when you look at my profile, you'll see my natural style, my dominance would be dramatically stronger than the way I might show up in work. And somehow, some way, these tests do measure that as they go through. So if you see a difference in your profiles, that's why. And when you look at your charts, you'll see there'll be a chart that has a star and a circle, and it maps your natural and adaptive styles. That's showing if there's a difference in you, where it shows up, right? But when you look on the bottom of your charts, last thing I'll point out is there's a dark line right in the middle here. We call that the energy line, right? And that energy line just lets me see for the millions of people that have taken this assessment, is your behavior stronger or less than the typical person? So for Michelle and Kimberly and Rochelle, their dominance, which is the red line, and their influence, which is the yellow line, are much stronger than the typical person's. It'll show up, right? So they're more assertive and they're more social than the typical person. And that's the profile. So when you look at their, and then but when it looks at their rule following and their the pace, they're much less than the typical persons per se. Much, might be quicker to move than or slower to move, or in this case, quicker to move than the average person. To try new things is when you look at that. So this kind of gives you a snapshot of the overall profile as you do that. So those are your persuaders. When you look at your supporters, and you have two supporters here, they conform to established procedure.
Hang on, Sean.
Oh, she was asking Virginia fits, but Virginia is a coordinator, is that the word? No. Collab, no, you're in the corner.
Oh, I'm a bright red D, I think.
No, not in the disc, but in the.
He'll get to you. Go ahead, Sean.
Okay, so I'm on supporters. So supporters conform to established procedures. They show loyalty to those they identify with. They listen well to others. They comfort others, and they show patience. And they focus on team activities. And your two supporters are Christy and Patty. So you can see for the supporter, they have a higher. It's a combination of a very high green, which is the steadiness of how they do what they do, and then also it'd be a higher, I believe, blue.
Can I see the weaknesses for supporter?
Sure.
Thank you. I can just read quick.
Sure, and I only focus on the strengths and the debrief. I mean, we could spend more time.
No, I just want to read them real quick. Thank you. Okay.
Sure.
Sounds accurate. Thank you.
Yeah. When we talk about conductors, and you have one true conductor, and what this shows is your highest area here. So your conductors, they're forward thinking and they tend to be competitive. They don't mind confrontation, right? Like they pay more attention to let's get this thing done versus making people feel good, right? About it. Like they pay more attention to the outcome than maybe the process. Okay. So they're driven towards results. They're happy to work on challenging assignments, and they seek to solve problems. And you've got Virginia, who is your.
I enjoy confrontation. I would say that's completely inaccurate, but the rest of it might be. Yes, that's
You're a
true.
conductor there.
I don't enjoy.
I noticed Dr. Joseph didn't say enjoy. He said animals.
Now you have one coordinator, right? Coordinators implement and fine-tune plans. They set and accomplish goals to high standards. They can make tough decisions without letting their emotions interfere. They identify problems, rules, errors, and procedures, and they like to work for a leader and a cause, right? And your coordinator is Eddie. Okay.
I don't think any of my past employers would agree, but yeah.
And then you don't have any natural promoters, relators, or analyzers or implementers there. So when you look at your profile, it's very interesting. So you have a split on your team, right? So you've got one conductor, two supporters, three persuaders, and one coordinator who took the assessment, all right? And so you don't have any promoters, analyzers, implementers, or relators. So that's going to have an impact on your team dynamic. And we'll talk about that in a moment. But before we do, we'll jump to your, and I'll just point this out. On your individual sheets, when you look at yours, you have wheels there. What the wheel shows is kind of where you fall. And this is where you'll see if you change from your adapted style to your natural style, where you change and how that falls. And I just say the closer to the center your star or your box is, the more intense the behavior. Okay, so it measures your intensity there, and it's a way for you to visually see that here. So you could see here, so Michelle here in her natural style is an intense persuader. So her desire to kind of drive and push, for example, and to try to persuade is intense. You'll feel it, you'll see it. You know, you'll see, and also here, Eddie is an intense, coordinator and analyzer. So Eddie might be, what this says, without knowing Eddie, the profile would be he's somebody that would ask a lot of questions, be really analytical, and want to have all the facts before moving forward and making sure things are right and really, pays attention to, not making errors. Like that intensity would be high there. Okay. And then going into the why you do what you do. So this test shifts over and measures your why, right? And it has 12 different potential whys. One, an instinctive person is a person who trusts their gut, right? An intellectual person is somebody who wants to read and get all the facts before they move forward. Then you have selfless people. These are people who don't mind spending 20 hours of work. I call them, the workaholics on your team. And resourceful people, they want to make sure they get a return on investment for how they use their time. So they're real conscious about how we're spending our time, all right? You've got objective people. These are folks who they walk into work, they make a list of things they want to accomplish, and they won't leave until they accomplish them, right? And then you've got the harmonizers. I mean, they're more concerned with, how people are feeling and keeping the peace, over necessarily getting the result all the time, right? You've got intentional people. These are people who they'll help you, but they want to know, like, what are they getting for their help, right? And then you've got altruistic people who are willing to work for a cause greater than themselves. You've got collaborative people. They prefer to work in a group setting and do things together. And you've got people with high command. These are folks who, at the end of a game, they want the ball. And they don't want to be micromanaged. They don't want to be controlled. Just give me the task, let me go do it, and and it'll be done right, right? And then you've got receptive people who are willing to try new things, and you've got structured people. So we'll move, but we want to move when we know that there's research behind it and says this is worthy of moving forward. So those are the behaviors that this assessment tracks for. And right now, I'm going to identify if this was your number one score, it's going to show up here. And this is what you're going to see, what your number one motivating force was. But in a second, I'm going to show you the way this test measures. It looks at it clusters all 12 of these items as your primary driving forces, your situational driving forces, or your indifferent driving forces. If it's in your top 4, it's very important to you. It's going to show up. Then it's your situational driving forces is the second set. That it is not as important, but depending upon the leadership context, it can be important to you, and it'll show that. And then you've got the last set, which you're either it doesn't affect you at all, or you've got a negative reaction to it. Like it's absolutely not you, and you kind of are repulsed by it. So it shows those type of things. So what this pays attention to, and what I'm going to talk to you about, in your top 4, that means it shows up and it's really important, and that's what we're going to talk about here. So when we talk about, you've got 2 people where intellectual was their number 1 driving force. And for these 2 people, they're eager to learn and discover. They focus on information and facts. They continually seek knowledge and information. They seek to make the unknown known, and they research much more thoroughly than the typical person. And those 2 people are Virginia and Eddie. Okay. Again, you can see for Eddie, his is a 94, and then Virginia's is a 76. So this is going to show up. So this means, Eddie typically is probably the person that reads everything through that big board packet, all right, and knows the details and wants to know the information before making a decision, all right? And then you've got altruistic people, and you have 2, where altruistic was their number 1. They will volunteer and give of themselves. They act to alleviate the suffering of others. They take notice of and respond to people in need. They believe that all people should have an opportunity to be the best they can be, and they seek to help and support others. And there you have Kimberly and Rochelle, okay, with altruistic being their strongest suit. Then you have command. Right, command, and you have one. They strive to set themselves apart. They value status and public recognition, and sometimes it's status and public recognition not for themselves, but if you're a part of the board in Portland, then you want the board to be, stand out, and you want the board to get recognition. So it doesn't have to be personal recognition. It could be just for the organization you're a part of, or the team or department you're a part of. They seek to control their own destinies. They want to create winning strategies and outcomes, and they strive to advance their position. And you have Michelle with high command. Right? And then instinctive. Instinctive are people, you have one, people who seek information that has a direct application. They're comfortable starting a project before having all the facts or information. They seek specific information to address the situation they're in. They rely on their past experiences, and they value their intuition. And that's Christy. All right, and then you have one selfless, that was number one. And they accomplish tasks just for the sake of accomplishing tasks. They're willing to participate without consideration of personal circumstance. They define value or success by what comes out of a situation, not what you put into it. They focus on the completion of tasks rather than efficiency, and they provide assistance and resource with minimal expectations of return. And then you have Patty there. And then you didn't have any structured or resourceful or harmonious as number ones, or objective as number one, or intentional as number one, or collaborative or receptive as number one. So when you look at here, like I said, if it's in your top 4, it matters. So that's what I'm going to look at, and that's what I analyzed here. So you can see in terms of your intellectuals, you've got 3 people, Eddie, Virginia, and Michelle, where it's going to show up. They're going to be the ones that research, that read, that have lots of questions, much more than the typical person. And then you've got Christy, who's going to trust her gut much more than the typical person.
I do trust my gut.
Right? or trust your gut, or not, or past experiences and so forth, right? Then you've got your kind of workaholics, and you've got a lot of them here, right, on your team. So Patty, Rochelle, Virginia, Michelle, Christy will spend lots of time and hours on things they think are important, without asking for a lot on how much time they put in. Like, no, they don't ask for a lot of return on investment for that time. They feel it's worthy, they'll put the time in. Right? You've got 3 objective people, right? Kimberly, Rochelle, and Virginia, all right, with strong objectives. So they want the results, they want to get things done. And you've got Patty, who harmonious is strong there, that really thinks about how people are feeling in the process as you're working towards things. And then you've got a bunch of altruistic folks, Kimberly, Rochelle, Christy, Patty, and Eddie. All are willing to take on things for a cause they feel is greater than themselves, right? If it's good, we're willing to jump in and try to do something for it there. And then you've got a split between command and collaborative. So you have Michelle, Rochelle, and Christy, who really want to focus on winning. How do we, they want a little more independence. Just let's get the stuff done. And then you've got Eddie, Patty, and Kimberly, who want to maybe bring people around the table and work on things and come up collectively, and focusing more on consensus here as we try to get things done. And then when you look at receptive, you've got Kimberly, Virginia, Eddie, and Michelle, who are all willing to try new things pretty easily. And you don't have any necessarily structured folks there. So that is your report. I did send it off, so you'll have a copy of this collectively for you. But the so what of it is this, and I'll come here because I know my time is running short. So when we look at the strengths of your team, so from the way I've kind of looked at it, let's see, continue to share. I see the strengths of this team is this team will be able to communicate a vision with a sense of urgency, right? And the group dynamic of this team is task oriented. Like this overall team will want to get things done. The team won't mind putting long hours in to get things done. And this is a team that'll be passionate about doing what's right and advocating for a cause greater than themselves on behalf of the community. And finally, this team is open to trying new approaches to doing things differently from the way that they've been traditionally been done. So based upon your profile of both your behaviors and your driving forces, that's kind of what I pulled in terms of strengths. In terms of potential challenges for your team, challenges, the follow through and accountability will be a challenge for this team. I think it's going to be essential to clearly define who's responsible for what by when, and to establish structures that require the team to regularly review return on investment and overall impact. Right now, you don't have any analyzers, any implementers, and only one coordinator. And so what that means is your natural profile, this is a team that might see things, that'll talk about things, but really focusing on execution is something that you want to be planful for because it's not a natural behavioral style, right? Then this team could struggle with execution if sufficient time is not devoted to discussing how the work will be carried out, and if clear expectations are not established. For this particular team, it'll be critical to communicate what success looks like at the onset of each activity and to discuss in advance exactly how the work will get done. And the reason for that is you've got a real split between command, people who want to do things independently, and collaboratively, people who want to come together. Right, so that was a 3-3 split. I know you have 8 board members, but so I don't know where that goes. But for the 6 that took the assessment, you're split, which means you're gonna have this team can easily get stuck in arguing, getting frustrated with each other just because stylistically you're split different, evenly. So this is a team that needs time to just talk things through and be clear about what would success look like, how are we going to do this? Like if you don't plan for that, you can plan to be frustrated with this team, with that behavioral style. And then finally, this team risks becoming consumed with activities and spending excessive time on busy work without evaluating whether those efforts lead to better outcomes. It'll be important to identify and prioritize a few big rocks. So you've got a lot of folks who are willing to just try new things. Simultaneously, you've got those same folks who are willing to put in long hours without looking at what are we putting our long hours in for. And that's where the challenge can become. Because if you're not clear and accountable and have real kind of strong KPIs and a process for monitoring and looking at that, it's not a natural orientation for this particular team. With 4 receptive, so the receptive people are going to be willing to try every time there's a good cause. And they say, hey, look, can we try this? It'd be like, let's go for it. Let's do it. Absolutely. That's important. Well, we know when everything is important, nothing is important. And so the ability for this team to focus is going to be important. And there's going to have to be somebody that says, what do we want to do and what are we going to lock to? So how are we locked to it? That's nice, but that's not a part of our strategic plan. That's nice, but that's not what we said we were going to do this quarter. Like if we don't lock in, this is a team that is very susceptible to initiative overload and just keep adding things to the plate and without taking things off. I'm going to stop because remember, I don't know you all. I just read your profile. You could say, Sean, you are so full of it. None of that stuff was us or not. What do you think? I'll stop.
Questions?
I'm just gonna say, I feel like you read through our inbox today. I really appreciate hearing about the challenges in particular, because knowing what we know about ourselves, if you agree to it, then we can also fix that. Like we can choose how we show up in the work. And so it's an opportunity, but yeah, I feel like this is really correct.
Okay.
This is the challenges piece. But we have strong, good people, we're smart people.
Yeah. Listen, there's nothing. I should have said this up front, and I usually say this, that there is no right or wrong behavior. There is no right or wrong behavior. There's no behavior that's better or worse than. They're just different. What happens is when a team comes together, though, right? Like for me, I'm a relator. I know how to tell a story. I know how to make people feel good. Like that's my strength. My weakness sometimes is just execution. Like I don't want to always do the work. Like I love casting vision, but getting in and doing the work, you look at my chief of staff, and that's what she loves that stuff. So together we are a super team. But I need her and she needs me because she hates having to communicate the big vision and things of that nature. So it's just your team makeup, and you're a board that's elected, right? And so it's not like you're hiring. Here's the team that you have, but knowing your natural strengths as a team, just being aware helps you think about, well, what do we need to do to make sure that we get what we need to get done and working through. And I have some recommendations, but definitely want to hear. I know there were more questions.
Questions, comments?
I'm curious. Oh, yeah, question. Well, I don't know if question or comment. It really spoke to me the part about the challenges that we have through command, through collaborative, because I think that actually very true, even with previous boards and every work environment. But the challenge in terms of defining the clarity, like defining clarity on what the goals and what success looks like. I think that has been a challenge, especially sometimes not everyone agrees on what success looks like. And so, how to bridge that gap in terms of creating a, just more clarity and understanding of where we're going.
Yeah, and what I meant there, because you're so different here and it's split across the board, and so it's going to be natural challenge. This is a board that just needs time to talk things through. Like because you can anticipate on any big issue, you're going to have disagreement here. And when you start talking about the how, you're going to have disagreement, particularly if you're doing the work together, because you just got to know that. But knowing that, you should be very thoughtful about your how you plan your agenda planning for your board meetings, your agenda planning for your work meetings and things of that nature, because you're just going to need time to talk through stuff and take time to come to consensus and agreement. That's going to be really important for this board. If you put too many things on and do too many things, you're going to get frustrated because your behavioral styles are different. There's going to be a natural frustration that comes, and you won't get things done. This is a team where, I see a lot, groups that, just, they spend a lot of time talking about stuff, but they don't lock in. And coming together, like with this team, I would recommend like quarterly, just say, what would success look like on this issue this quarter? Because you as a governance team, you'll make it very challenging for your superintendent because she has to take direction from you. And so if you don't provide that clarity on this is what success looks like, she'll have a hard time moving with her team to focus on executing, because those differences will cause some challenge invariably.
I guess I would just make the comment that like in this conversation and in working with, really because of the campaign season, I've gotten to work with a lot of you either on school board or running for office, or in the time since. And I feel like I know everybody pretty well, and I feel like we have a lot of values alignment and like a lot of like wanting a lot of the same things. Like I feel like if we were to drive out to like another community in Oregon, we might have people that have disagreements about values that I just don't think we have. I think we're pretty aligned, like politically, values wise, et cetera, like what the major problems of the district are. I think what I'm seeing is maybe like a difference in like how we get things done or approach. And so I think that speaks to the desire to have that work plan or the focus areas that Roseanne's drafted up for us, and really fleshing that out into like here's the calendar, here's who's responsible. I think it just speaks to like the need for us to have that sort of framework to help us get our work done based on the challenges we're hearing. And then also to maybe just remind us all that sometimes when there is conflict, my guess is, and being on the board, I've seen this so far, that conflict is more like, we all support the bond, but how much time did we spend having conflict and like drama about the bond that then was like, I support it. And it was more like about how to get things done, you know, in that time. So I think basically just trying to remember that when we do have conflicts to like try to remember, like, oh, actually we have the same values, we're probably aligned on this, it's just how we get it done, which might mean that like having those conversations play out in a full board meeting might mean that maybe sometimes we can put some brakes on and be like, hey, it seems like maybe we need to talk about how we're gonna get this done, and maybe we can do that in a committee meeting or whatever. So if we ever find ourselves arguing about how to get things done in a board meeting, I guess, because I've seen it happen, I think maybe it's a good chance for us to like call ourselves out on that and try to take it to another venue to work out, would be just a thought that I have.
Yeah, and I would say I would agree with you. I mean, 5 of you are altruistic, which means you're, 5 of you probably have strong beliefs about things you want to, you're more alike in probably identifying the big rocks and the things that are important in terms of value system. So there's 5 of you that really have a strong belief in doing things for the greater good, and probably service and supporting those in the greatest need.
Can I just piggyback off of what Christy said real quick? So, as a conductor, which is fairly accurate, like no execution plan drives me crazy. It's a very difficult environment for me to function in, which is why I can sometimes be like, I'll just do it myself kind of person. And I like to move quickly and I'm like super focused. So I have spent a lot of time working very deliberate about learning how to delegate in my work environments, and it's really helpful. So because it doesn't come naturally to me, but I would say like because of that, I tend to work really well in a team environment, but with a plan. And I am worried about the work plan because we've got this we need to do work plan, but I feel like we're leaving meetings with no plan to do the work plan. Right?
Well, that's interesting because we have our own work as a board, and we also, like, the staff has, a lot of the stuff coming out of the committee meetings would fall to staff to do the work plan.
I mean, our board work plan. Like the key
Right.
things need to be hitting.
So we don't have, I agree, we probably need to work on execution, but some of what needs to be executed is not in our purview. It would be, I mean, just an example of facilities.
Mhm.
Anything that comes out of that would go to staff, and the staff would need to come up with a plan to execute. I'm just thinking about the grant lights. There's really, aside from us talking about it in committee and agreeing to go forward with it, that's, our job is done there, except to come back and evaluating us. Does that make sense? Or maybe there are 2 work plans.
I'm
Maybe
thinking
there's.
like the A, B, C, D, E, which we haven't really finished. We started,
Yeah,
but
we need to-
there's no plan to finish and solidify like what. Do you kind of understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, we like
Yeah.
looked at it, I think I asked for it to be on the agenda tonight, or today or tonight, and it's not, so I think we just need to make sure we circle back to it, because what we're hearing is we are people who need to have a plan, know
Yes.
what we're responsible for,
Mhm.
have our eyes on that prize, so I think it'll just be especially important for us to get back to that work, to that focus areas doc and turn it into a work plan.
I'm also hearing that there might be a need to meet more often, just sort of maybe quarterly rather than annually, to figure out what we're doing. Because it's gonna be very easy for us to get off track. There's a lot of stuff coming at us in the inbox right now, and, do we have the time to, take the time to analyze, like, whether it's on that list of things to do? So I agree, we need to kind of solidify a work plan.
Because I feel like
Yeah.
those focus
And that,
are important for Dr. Armstrong to be successful.
I just wanted to interrupt really quick because I want to get back to this, because the work plan is on the books, we will do it, but I just want to say, like, fundamentally, I think we all have the same, I think we all agree on the direction, what needs to be done. I think there's still strong disagreement about what that looks like. And I think that needs to be fleshed out. So I think we really need to spend some really good quality time just fleshing out what it looks like. Because I think we don't disagree with where the stuff that needs to be done. I think it's yeah, like I said, what it will look. So we'll plan some time to really flesh that out, because I think we really need to.
And that leads nicely into my suggested next steps here. And you know, Michelle has heard me say, I think one of the major problems we have with school boards in America, and again, I work with the National School Board Association in collaboration through Howard University on a lot of stuff, right? And one of the big problems I see is boards try to do too much without the capacity, because you got full-time jobs and do stuff. So when you have all these committees and things of that nature, like Michelle said, that really work ends up being given to staff, and it can take them off of focus in the thing. I mean, I really think that boards should, if you boards really just need three committees. That's it. You need a policy committee, you need a superintendent evaluation committee, you need a budget committee. Everything you need to get done with governance can happen in those three areas there. And you can talk about that some more, but adding all the other stuff, particularly your team, because your team has an orientation that doesn't lead to execution. So I have no idea what your committee structures and things are, but if you've got a whole lot of committees and things, I can tell you, you're going to be, your behavioral profile says you'll be frustrated. Is what I know for a fact without knowing anything. So based upon that, here are my just 4 recommendations. One, it would help this board if you just identify a few important high-level goals. What are they? Right? Develop written action plans that clearly communicate the key roles, deliverables, timelines with clear accountability measures, and you're clear about what success is going to look like before you start. All right, be intentional about communicating that plan, and it should be written out. Like your communications plan should be written out, because then if you take the time to do that, you'll address the how piece that will challenge you, because you're split 3-3, right? In terms of how you typically do work. So coming to consensus on that and being clear. So you'll put a lot of time, effort, and work into the front end of this stuff, but if you get it done, then it's just a matter of we're clear, we know how we're going to be communicating, and then it's just a matter of execution. That'll help you tremendously. 2, I suggest.
Can I interrupt really quick before we move on? When you say communication plan, do you mean like how we communicate with each other, or do you mean like communicate with the public?
Both. I think as a board, it'll be really important for you to come to consensus on the how of what you're going to do. You know, I think because you're probably more aligned than not, and that's a blessing, because there are a lot of boards across the country that are not aligned in the what. So they can't get to the how because they struggle on the what. I think you all can come to consensus on the what, but where you'll have differences is in the how. So taking that time and communicating with one another about it and coming to consensus on it amongst one another first, then separately going out into your community, because if you're divided on the how, without question, your community will be divided on the how. So that's why you have to come to consensus first, so you can have a coherent, collaborative communication strategy going out as a collective board to your public, because your public's going to be, your public isn't working as intimately as you are, so you'll have people who are happy and angry with you, because all public elected folks have people who love us and hate us, right? That's the nature of the beast. But at least if you're unified and you're clear and collective, you can get through it. Because when the community sees you divided, they continue to fuel the fire. If that's the case, and I don't know if you're divided or not. I'm just saying out loud. If that were the case, it's a challenge. Yeah. The second thing. Oh,
Go ahead, Sean.
no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say we're getting close to time, so I want to give you time to wrap
Yeah.
up.
So number 2, develop public dashboards for those things that you deem important, which your KPIs are. Establish timelines for public updates and accountability. This is just because you don't have any implementers or and just one coordinator and no strong analyzers. Having that, saying something and holding yourself accountable to it is important, and public dashboards are easy to do that. I'd say set boundaries on sending emails, texts, and work hours. This team has the potential to burn itself out because you've got so many selfless people you'll be working all day and night, and you'll be sending emails all day and night, and that will be problematic for everyone, and will dramatically affect your culture in a negative way. And then lastly, be intentional about learning about one another. So, finding intentional time to just meet and understand each other's why, and coming to consensus on your ambitious goals each quarter would be beneficial. And that's all I got. And I could answer any questions, or we can find another time to process any of this stuff.
Anything further, group?
Thank you.
I just again want to say that some of the next steps were really right on point, and I'm thinking particularly about setting boundaries. So our prior superintendent worked 7 days a week, took like 1 sick day a year, if that, vacation included. And there was no stopping to the work. It just went on Sunday at 10 o'clock at night, and there were no boundaries. So I really hope that as a team, we can sort of establish some boundaries around that, because it's a great way to get burned out, I can say, after 5-6 years.
I remember
It's challenging.
like meeting with him. There was one time where he was talking about how he spent about 5 hours a day answering board emails. Work that could have been done elsewhere.
Yes,
Interesting. Anyway,
5 hours a day in an 8-hour day.
well, I think he worked like 17.
He works 17 hours a day, but that's to say when it's a synergetic relationship between us as a team and you and your team. It's synergistic, and you need to figure out what that balance is, that we're not requiring 5 hours of your time every day. And we can still get our needs met, our questions answered, or, it's gonna be a balance. It feels.
It's really important. Yeah, it's really important that you hear that, because again, your behavioral profile, habits are hard to break. You've got a habit, and the only way you break it is making a commitment to doing it. But look, I've been working in large urban districts for 30 years. And what makes it so hard, why is there superintendent burnout? Because of this orientation. Is when it's just nonstop all the time, your body can only take so much. So one of the most important things a board does is take care of their superintendent and the team, and asking the questions, how do we ensure that their mental health and their physical health is a priority, and what are the things we do to ensure that they're okay? All right? Because if you're texting and emailing all day, all night, all weekend, then that has an impact, because then Dr. Armstrong is going to be sending stuff to her team all day, all night, all weekend to respond to you. And they'll be burnt out, and they'll be leaving in about a year or two.
Yes, we've seen all of that.
Dr. Joseph, let me thank you for your time, for your expertise. Brilliant as always. We'll be in touch and talking to you soon. Let's give him our.
Thank you.
Take care.
Kara, while you're getting me back online here, let me mention a couple of things. I neglected to mention at the beginning. One is we will keep a parking lot for items that come up that are not on our actual agenda, but we don't want to lose track of them. There will always be room for parking lot issues. Secondly, trying to close the loop, one of the things that Dr. Joseph just mentioned, I want to make sure we're keeping tabs on items that need further action. This is a retreat. You will not vote or make decisions here, but there may be some things you want to bring back by resolution or work session that need further action. I want to create a group memory here for that as well. And then as I was rushing Eddie to get through the introduction, I rushed him right past saying something about our purse. I'm sorry, Eddie. So you want to read it now since I shoved you right past it?
And y'all can read yourself, right? Yeah. So the purpose of this retreat, the thing I was meant to say in the beginning was, we're trying to, have a good relationship with each other, at least in terms of governance, that really helps PPS move forward. The ultimate goal is to leave this place where we came when we first got here, right? And so And what does that look like in terms of like, what do we do and how does that lead to student outcomes that we're looking for? And so that's kind of the purpose of today and we're hoping for. Of course, we only have 5 hours. This is something, I just want to share some background. I think last year we did it in 8 hours, and then previous years before I was on the board that had really long all-day retreats. And I think there was some consensus about how like, it may be more effective to kind of chunk it up into smaller, more regular retreats instead of one huge one, because I think people's attention tends to falter after like 4 hours. So,
And there was one thing you said too when we spoke earlier, Chairman, you said, how about want to leave a legacy? Like time on the board is limited. Can you leave a legacy? Can you set governance and policy in place that is long lasting and really creates a legacy for the time you work? Life is precious, life is short, so make it count. I neglected to emphasize something else earlier, and I'm not doing this just to make Deborah embarrassed here, but if you can, flip your cell phones over.
Oh, yes.
Let me tell you, I saw the superintendent do this in a meeting. She had her staff shut down her laptop because she said, I know you're gonna be checking emails.
Wow,
So-
that was like a management, that is so good. We also banned cell phones in our schools, but I would
This-
love to see that as
So
a.
give it a shot. I promise I'll give you a break. You can check all of your messages. I promise. All right.
I'm not disrespecting it, my kids are home alone because my childcare fell through, so I'm gonna keep mine.
Thank you for letting us know
Yeah,
that.
mine's right here, thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate it. All right, so we got our charts up, we got our purpose, further action, parking lot. You'll notice some things around the room. I am gonna ask you to get up and move a couple of times to do some work as well. Here is the gist of what I wanna make sure we clarify for foundation. It's this notion about the governance relationship. Governance means you've got authority, you can make decisions, you set policy, but there's a difference between governance and management. And so I wanted to go over this briefly because on the governance side of the road, we use terminology, stay in the right lane. Doesn't mean there's not some overlap, but it means essentially there is evaluating the outcomes, adopting policies, adopting the vision under the board's authority. Superintendent then develops plans and regulations, implements the operation, and evaluates the progress. But look at this line down the middle because it's very tight, it's close. The superintendent cannot just say, she can do directives to her management team, but she cannot just say, we will have no more cell phones here. She can bring a recommendation. The board still has the authority to adopt the vision and goals, to adopt the policies, and to evaluate outcomes. Very different responsibilities on the management side of the road and the governance side of the road.
Can I ask a question really quickly?
Sure.
About evaluating, can you just tell me what you think of the difference between evaluate outcomes and evaluate progress?
So there's an evaluation at the end. That doesn't mean you don't have interim evaluation or assessment. Doesn't mean the superintendent doesn't bring interim reports to the board and you give feedback, but the evaluation is usually at the conclusion.
So we can still get like updates.
Mhm.
But
Evaluation, discussion around progress, interim reports, but the evaluation is actually at the final stage of an activity.
So Dr. Jenkins, when you're saying evaluate outcomes, are you saying that through the superintendent evaluation is where they evaluate the outcomes?
They're gonna hold the superintendent accountable, you hold your staff accountable, they can't hold anyone else accountable. So they have to hold the
But
superintendent
the
accountable.
evaluate outcomes is directly connected to the
Yes.
superintendent.
Yes.
And I have a question about, so there's a superintendent evaluation, but there's also like progress against, our board goals,
strategic.
the bond, so
And
they're
there's a
very different.
self-evaluation. We'll talk
And
about
we
that
did
in a
not do
moment.
a self-evaluation as a board last year. It's best practice and we would, I think, like to do it. I haven't talked to everybody about it, but we could do that because we are actually, how we choose to show up, we're actually in this synergistic relationship. The outcomes that we envision, how we show up will influence those outcomes. I don't know if I'm being articulate enough, but if we can understand our governance role and try to stay in our lane as much as we can, sometimes things come across our desk and we need to get out of our lane.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that.
But if we can do that, and if we can do an excellent job as a board, not just a good job, but an excellent job as a board, we can expect that to show up in our outcomes, our student outcomes in particular. So I'm saying that maybe we all understand that, but
I'm
Go ahead,
still need clarity on what Christie asked. The difference between an outcome and progress. Yes. Progress was on the superintendent's side, outcome was on our side. What do you mean? I mean, outcomes of test scores and the progress
What did
on
you-
that, outcomes
I'm
of
sorry.
the way we talk during the board, or?
No, so let me separate out so
Yeah.
we're not just cramming everything together.
Yeah.
I want you to think of your organization as a continuous improvement organization, which means you're always looking at progress. You're always looking at
Yes.
interim reports. Superintendent's not gonna wait until the end of the year and say, you know what, we didn't hit our targets for reading, for third grade reading. Interim reports, continual improvement ought to be the way that the board functions. The final assessment has to do with the superintendent's final assessment. You're evaluating the organization as a whole, but you have one employee, maybe you have a couple in some instances. So that evaluation as a whole does fall back to the superintendent. Did your CEO accomplish what you had set in place to be accomplished? With clarity, I heard Eddie say that, with clarity and what success looks like, then the final evaluation or assessment does come to your employee. Now, when you judge her work, you're judging the entire organization because they've worked for her. So you're judging the entire organization, but it falls to how you assess your superintendent. Make sense?
It does, it's sort of a strange,
I have another
Tell
question
me,
that is,
I'm sorry, Patty, tell
it's
me.
just a strange graph to me.
Yeah, tell me what?
So we're governance, and we're evaluating outcomes, and I guess we need outcomes of students, outcomes of
Of your
building
goals.
projects,
Yeah,
outcomes
of your
everything.
goals.
And then management. We come around this little arrow, and we evaluate the progress of management, while management is also evaluating project at the same time, that's their authority.
Yeah, I'm sorry, let me be more clear. This is the superintendent and her team's side of the street.
Right.
This is the board side of the street. But there is crossover because if she's evaluating progress, she's gonna bring you that information.
And
So there's some
back-
crossover. It's collaborative. She's not gonna just keep it all a secret and bring it to you at the end of the year. It's collaborative. She's gonna be looking at progress. She's gonna be informing the board continually on how you're moving toward reaching your goals. But at the end of the day, the board evaluates the outcomes, adopts policies, adopts vision and goals.
Would it be fair to suggest that oversight of management is something, we're like holding the district accountable for results?
Yeah, oversight management is holding the superintendent accountable. When you hold her accountable, she supervises your entire organization. Sense?
I think it also helps to read that graph not in order,
yeah,
because the arrows make it look like there's a flow, but it's actually like, for example, implement operations, that's a superintendent's job. And the superintendent will evaluate that progress of how those,
Correct.
it could go both ways, right?
Correct.
And so I think it helps not to read that in order.
Yeah, don't think that.
yeah, I think the graph is difficult, but the concept isn't.
So I can show you another graph that just says above the line and below the line. Governance is above the line, operations is below the line. So the board sets in place what they expect, and then the details of executing it falls below the line for execution, for getting the work done. Want to stress too, this is important, we'll mention it a couple of times. That left-hand side, the board's authority is the board as a whole. The majority of the board gives that direction, not individual board members. So they're not 7 bosses for Kim, there is a board as a whole, and Eddie's responsible for bringing together cohesion, and the majority rules when it comes to directing what management should be looking at. I always like to make clear, it's not 7 individuals adopting policy and vision and evaluating outcomes. It's the board as a whole and the democratic process of the majority ruling. Make sense?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so another way of looking at it, the board sets the vision, goals, reflects on the community's priorities, You hire and evaluate the superintendent, you create policy, adopt budgets, monitor progress toward vision and goals. Then, of course, evaluate. The superintendent takes vision and direction on vision and goals from the board as a whole, implements that policy, manages the day-to-day operations, and makes recommendations for policy. Superintendent does not set policy, she can bring recommendations to the board. So now we're going to do our Harvard case study, and I want you to set aside any assumptions, even if you've seen it before, because we're going to dissect it. Once we've read it, we're going to turn around to this board to dissect what we actually read in the case study. Tell folks in advance, Harvard's very protective of their copyright. Notice those documents actually say, I flipped them over so you can start reading while I'm talking. You'll notice big bold writing that says it's approved for me to use. I pay for every single copy that's made. They're very particular about their copyright.
Yes, they are.
But it's a fun case for us to go through. So here's what I want, before you start reading, I give it to your hands. Backside. Or we can want to tell you a couple things. As you read it.
Does anyone else need one?
Everybody got one?
I have an extra year.
Okay, I will collect them. I don't care if you write on them, but I collect them back because I don't ever want to be in trouble with Harvard getting my name on them. All right, so here's the thing. As you read it, I want you to pay particular attention to some things that we're going to dissect. I want you to pay attention to the superintendent, to the chair, to Member Garcia, and to the board.
Garcia.
It's in here.
Oh, Garcia, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Did you
That's
know
an individual. You're gonna read it in a minute. All right. I want you to pay particular attention because we're going to dissect in the Harvard way. And Harvard way includes cold calling, like you don't have to raise your hand, I just called on you, as opposed to
Yeah,
that cold call that they're so proud of. Anyway, I want you to pay attention to those 4 different groups, individuals or groups. And when we dissect, and I ask you a particular question, I'm gonna ask you to cite which paragraph you actually found that in. So don't just give me your gut. If you answer a question, you gotta be able to say where you saw it in the case. All right, flip it over, and I want you to number your paragraphs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's gonna help you when you are making your case or try to, because somebody may disagree with you. And you gotta be able to say, oh no, it's right here in paragraph 3. So number those paragraphs 1 through 5 on the back. I'm sorry, 5 and 6 on the back. 5 and 6 on the back. I'm gonna give you a few minutes to read it. Pay particular attention to the superintendent, the chair, Garcia, and the board, and we will dissect it in a moment. More minutes. All right, this row here, if you'll just turn your chairs around so you're facing the whiteboard. We'll start our dissecting. Word about case studies from Harvard. Their school of business does a brilliant job at using authentic case studies that help us reflect and look at our own practices and make some determinations around best practices. Turn your chair all the way around, but we're gonna be facing this way for a minute. John Kim, who directs the program, and their business cases are authentic. They are actual cases. John Kim wrote this case specifically for school board. It is not authentic. It is not an actual school board. From his experience having worked with several districts, though, some of the behaviors are certainly similar. So at the end of their case studies, quite often you're making a prediction, you're trying to give corrective action, and then he can tell you, here's what actually happened in that particular instance. In this case, it is all fictional, I promise you that. But the process of dissecting it and working through it helps us to analyze some of our own practices and essentially to magnify what's really critical for school boards. So let's start out by saying, another cold call, if you've ever experienced it. So, Sharon. It's a cold call. The question doesn't come first. They just put somebody on the spot. Sharon.
Welcome back in law school.
I knew you would recognize. That's why I called on you first. I knew you wouldn't panic. So tell me what we know about the district. What do we know in essence before we get to these 4 categories? What do you know about the district that we're talking about here?
It's an urban district with 75,000 students, K-12. It's got
It's a pretty good size, 75,000.
It's got a diverse student body and a split in terms of its socioeconomic, maybe is the right word, between the north and the south.
Okay.
And it's geographically spread out.
Not very different from some of our urban districts that we know of in the country today. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about the superintendent. What can you tell us? Every question not a cold call, I promise. What can you tell us about the superintendent? And Sharon, I assume you cite paragraph 1.
And two.
1 and 2. All right, so tell us what we know about the superintendent. It's very limited, but what do you know from the case study about the superintendent?
I think it's a he, is making a list of, recounting retirements and principal openings. Just, he's sharing out kind of a state of hiring.
So he's in this process of trying to fill vacancies. He's in an intense part of his year probably, looking at filling vacancies.
Comings and goings.
Yeah, what else do you know about the superintendent?
Not a good poker face.
Say it louder.
Not a good poker face. That was my word.
Yeah.
What paragraph is that?
It doesn't specifically say that word, but
No, we're gonna take it from
paragraph 4
Five.
and
Five.
paragraph 5. Because in
And-
4,
and
you
why
get
do you
that
say
they
not a
have
good
a
poker face?
look
Why do you
of
say not a-
displeasure.
Why do you say not a
and
good poker face? Because it says,
she can sense real displeasure from the superintendent, and then in 5, there's, I believe, an audible sigh. Superintendent nodded in agreement and let out a quiet sigh of relief.
all right, that's not a good poker face. Let's talk about the chair. What do you know about the chair from the case study? What do you discern?
Okay.
The chair knows how to take a hard situation and make it easier.
I know that. What paragraph?
That was. It was 5.
Okay. Know anything about the chair's tenure? Give us any idea how long he's been in the position?
I don't think so.
I didn't think they had this mentioned.
What else do you know about the chair?
They're gender neutral. I mean, there's no he or she reference, that was all.
People just assume it's in there. It always happens.
I know, I just had to call
I
it out.
assumed it was a woman.
Well, he or she knew about the responsibility of the board and was able to articulate that.
Knowledgeable.
Also, the chair was listening in paragraph 5, acknowledged the comment, and then tried to kind of deflect or educate,
It sounds like he was
attentive, and responsive, yeah.
Stephanie?
Well, I mean, I appreciate things, I don't disagree, but also just moving on to the next agenda item seems a little, because I think you've got community members who are on board and other board members who are not in agreement. It might be an opportunity to just spend a little bit more time rather than making a fracture.
So it comes across maybe a bit dismissive.
Yes.
Anybody disagree with that? What paragraph?
5.
All right, Virginia, what do we know about Garcia?
Well, so she's very caring and has a lot of knowledge about this community. That's what struck out to me.
Paragraph?
Number 1,
Okay,
she definitely knows this community well.
okay.
And she might be susceptible to taking the response of the chair personally.
Where do you find that?
Says paragraphs that felt let down and confused,
So tell me what your assumption was again.
that she could take the decision of the chair personally.
Anyone take the countermeasure on that, counterpoint on that?
I don't know if it's a counter, but,
Different opinion?
well, no, just maybe add. I was gonna say maybe he has some trust issues,
What makes you think that?
because in paragraph 3, wanted to name herself as one of the members on this committee
Selection
to select, because maybe it doesn't trust other people, right?
That is a really interesting interpretation.
Christy and I are like, that is a really interesting
So,
interpretation.
You think she
Hang
is,
hang on a second.
okay, okay.
May not trust others
I said
and,
maybe.
and you cite, I said may, and you cite the
No,
paragraph.
I'm just like, yes, I don't know.
It's okay, and you cite, it's all hypothetical, it's okay, it's great discussion, so, but you cite this notion that she wanted herself to take charge of it, so maybe an indication that she didn't trust.
Yeah,
The
it's my, from, okay, just this is completely inferring,
Yeah.
just a small article. Garcia has a lot of knowledge of the community, has a lot of knowledge of working in the community. But nowhere in it does it say that she has much knowledge about how the process of hiring and finding principals and how that works. And so, she may not be an expert in that process, but still trying to insert herself into the
Okay.
process.
So I could say, doesn't know hiring process. You wanna say it differently, I'm sorry.
I'm just unclear whether she understands.
When I read that section, I thought there was some
Very clear.
fear when she signed up to.
I'm gonna go to somebody else here who's trying to get a word in first.
That's fine.
I guess when I read that, like, the way that he put it at first was like, may have trust issues, and I read it as like wanting to help and like be part of the solution, so a more like altruistic interpretation of the intention. But also, I would add too, that as we were talking about it and as I thought about it, having trust issues sounds like, to me, a little bit like, different than may not trust others, which is what it ended up as, and I do think she doesn't trust the superintendent or the system to get it right for that community. So I do think that trust plays in, but
Yeah.
less like it's like a
Yeah, I didn't.
character, I'm sure, yeah, I think once you
Right.
articulated it, at first it was like, oh, she has trust issues, right, that's like how I heard it, and I was like, but I think it's an altruistic motivation, but also because of a lack of trust in the people in the system.
Got it.
Yeah, but she also, has a lot of knowledge. She probably does have
Yeah, I got that up there.
a lot
Very-
of knowledge about how to hire.
Very caring and very knowledgeable. I think Virginia, then Michelle, then Kimberly.
Stephanie, did you raise your hand?
I'm just gonna.
Oh, it says it, so she's talks.
Is,
I'm
sorry to interrupt. Does Rochelle have a copy of this?
Rochelle, can you hear us? No, she wouldn't have a copy. We wouldn't have sent it electronically.
Yeah, I can hear, but I don't have a copy.
Okay, go.
I found her to be assertive. And the trust issue, I would not say that is inherent to Garcia because in this case, this is the third principal, so I would say that the superintendent has demonstrated that they cannot solve this problem and she's assertively calling it out. I don't think there would be a trust issue if we haven't come through the principals. Does that make sense? So that's why I didn't go to trust issue.
Okay.
I love starting a conversation.
Got it.
Do that.
It seems very familiar. I know it's not a real case study. But I guess when I read the paragraph about, I think in 3, I felt fear from Garcia and also a deep knowledge of the community. But not a deep knowledge of, maybe the board responsibility, but as a community member and a board member that knows the community very, very well and is seeing the turnover and probably having some trust issues or maybe to your point, Christy, altruistic, wanting to help, she felt compelled to say something. And had questions about like, what do we do about next steps? How do we interrupt the system?
Kimberly.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna cite paragraph 6, and I think what I pulled from this is that Garcia is feeling pretty let down, and I think maybe around role clarity. I think it's a situation where she feels like she has, maybe given up some things to be an advocate and lead in a different way. And after reading paragraph 6, not feeling like she is given the opportunity to lead in a way that she imagined for a community that she supported for quite, a long time.
We'll move on to the board. What do we know about the board? Oh, sorry, go Stephanie.
This sort of might answer actually exactly what you just moved to, but I was gonna say, the relationship between Garcia, the chair, the superintendent, and frankly the board, is that if the board is communicating, she's come up with a good idea to try to resolve a problem. The idea might not be appropriate for the board to sit on but a board chair could have said, well, let's flesh this out a little
We're
bit
gonna get to that in a
and
minute.
try to figure out how to make this within our lane.
So tell me what to put under Garcia.
I think it would actually go under the chair more because the chair we could dismiss it, but unwilling, unable to open
But
up.
I think you're onto something for Garcia. She had good intentions, didn't
She
she?
had great intentions, yeah, and so I can
That's what
see,
it
and I will say I'm coming at this with, it feels very, to your point, Michelle, it's I know this is hypothetical, but at our very school, we had a community group hire our new principal when our other principal left. And so Garcia's got this idea, don't have a board member sitting on it, but direct the superintendent potentially to
Great
have a
intentions.
community, got community members sitting there nodding their heads.
So you're getting ahead of me, but she had great
Great intentions,
intentions.
yes.
She's knowledgeable, she's caring. She's a little bit insulted, kind of took the comments personally, which they were personal. I mean, a couple of the behaviors were quite personal. And there may be things that affect her ability to be trusting, understanding the superintendent and the system. Deborah, before we move on to the board.
I agree with all things about Garcia, I would just say, from this, and I'm inferring that she's a new director, because that's what in the title, but it didn't look like from this that she actually asked what the process had been before. Because there already might be that process, and that could have helped inform her, she could have asked about what is the process that they go through.
Before in a public meeting.
Before, exactly.
Yeah,
before public
public meeting.
All right, tell me about the board. What do you know about, I'm sorry.
I was gonna add, didn't know Robert's rules.
There's the chair.
I could have made it a discussion point.
Yes.
I'm saying.
Rather than move straight to action. What do we know about the board? Let me see, who haven't I done cold? What do we know about the board? Christie?
So the board, we know that, well, actually, we didn't learn a ton about the board, but we know that there's another 6, so they're a 7-person board. In paragraph 4. And then we have the poker faces of the board to report, which we have a mixed response.
What were the responses?
There's a couple people who are irritated and disapproving, and then one who nodded in support. The other who looked at her and smiled, I'm not sure if that was how that could have been like a, oh, that's real cute. Smile. Or it could have been a with you smile, but, so that's what I remember reading before.
If I take her cues from them, this is confusing. Somebody's irritated, somebody's shaking their head in disapproval, someone's nodding and someone's smiling. Not quite clear. They certainly didn't have poker face, they have very different opinions about the direction that she was taking. Any indication of how long they've been on the board?
Any indication of what?
How long they've been on the board? There was none. Get the feeling they are, probably have a longer tenure than Garcia though.
Maybe.
The majority of them probably may have a longer, but at least the disapproving, and the irritated probably have a little bit more experience. The smile, maybe they're brand new as well, we don't know. The nod, maybe they're brand new as well. All right, they remember being brand new. All right, let's talk about where each one of these groups went wrong. Where did the superintendent hit the wall? Where did he go wrong in this whole interaction? And I want to know, where did the chair go wrong? Where did Garcia go wrong? Where did the board go wrong? We're gonna talk, and then we will get to Stephanie, what they could have done differently.
I would say, knowing that there's a board member that is highly connected to a community with close ties, not giving them a call and just having a conversation first before getting it on the board agenda. I can imagine if there was an opening, with some of the ties that I know, I
Would have been easier to pick up the phone and touch base with her.
just a heads up.
What else where else did the superintendent go wrong?
I mean, I clearly by saying not a good poker face, I think they could have withdrawn any opinion on what they were hearing from the public meeting.
Been receptive to
Sure, been receptive and.
hearing more
Yeah,
curious,
yeah,
intellectual.
yeah. So either just staying neutral and chilling, or being open-minded with their face instead.
Chair go wrong? Or did the chair go wrong?
So one of the, especially because I mentioned Robert Riddle, because you kind of brought it up. But one of the purposes of it is to understand that, individual board members don't have power, but it's the board as a whole that has power. So it's the chair's responsibility to figure out what the direction of the board is and whatnot. And I think, it is kind of a little bit heavy-handed just to say, oh yeah, that's a great idea, but it's not our job. It would maybe a better avenue to solicit who may be interested in this discussion and come up with options.
You're into my third area, so you
Okay.
can solicit. Trying to make bits, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do that third row right now.
You want me to stop?
No.
Okay.
Solicit,
solicit the will of the board.
I, I can imagine if there was an opening, So there's a real tightrope here in a public meeting. We come across heavy-handed to someone who has also been publicly elected. It seemed heavy-handed, I would agree with that, because you don't want to embarrass a fellow board member and someone who is also an elected official. So I think the heavy-handed is spot on, Nick, that probably where he went wrong, it was a bit insulting. Could have been more gently dealt with. Deborah, what do you think?
I agree, I think, I would say the chair along, similar to what the superintendent, should have done. The chair should have known, I mean, this is Garcia's wheelhouse, this is her community. Why you would not have contacted her in advance and had some conversation, I mean, both the superintendent as chair. She should have.
I have a question, how would they have solicited the will of the board?
Oh.
In that, what would they say?
Let me come back to that in a minute, Patty, because that's a good question. Sharon, anything else for the chair?
Not that I can think of. I was just giving it a thought. No.
Where did Garcia go wrong? She had good intentions, she's caring, she's so knowledgeable, she wants to help. Assertive, disappointed, lacks road clarity, great intentions. Where did she go wrong, Stephanie?
Well, I think that, while her intentions were great, she got right to the end instead of opening a dialogue. And so starting a conversation about, I see that you have a lot of physical openings, I see that Fairfield, Fairfax is open again. Could you please let us know what, if any, process is in place for hiring? Is there community involvement, like getting information, which might back up the desire to then say, we need to step in and direct the district to do something, nothing's happening.
She jumped immediately to the solution, to her solution. Patty, you were saying something? Or was that Virginia?
I was gonna say, I don't think I would have asked, what do you think is causing the problem before I move forward with anything?
Able to ask
Yeah.
questions.
That's me too. I'm always wondering, like, what are we actually trying to fix?
Right, exactly.
We actually, add to the jump to solution.
Yeah.
Is that it came to a surprise to the board. This idea of a committee, like, and so therefore, like, it doesn't give people the opportunity to kind of like think about it or have a discussion, come up with alternatives or best course scenario, right? And so, not, again, this may go back, like, who knows, like, they may have gotten the documents a long time ago, and didn't raise this issue beforehand with the superintendent. It's a surprise. Not everyone works well by surprises.
Not everyone works well by surprise.
I'm gonna,
Christie?
Well, it's not like the superintendent surprised everybody without.
Yeah, that's a good point. Surprised not just the woman who was most knowledgeable about her community, but surprised the entire board.
Yeah.
Does it matter though if that's a question, comings and goings are like part of the agenda?
Yeah, so personal agendas
If
sometimes
you're
drop.
older established?
I'm gonna tell you, it's a common practice, personnel agendas sometimes drop on the day of the board meeting or the day before the board meeting, because in most states, superintendent has authority over personnel recommendations, and the board then has to approve without cause. Should not just be intervening, saying who they want to be selected. So it's not unusual for personnel items to come rather late, but this one was a grenade. I mean, he knew the last three had failed in that, so he could have done some pre-work. But personnel agendas typically are not a week or 2 weeks out in advance. Sometimes those decisions do come closer to the actual board meeting, but he knew this was problematic.
But this says at the last board meeting. So she had known about it from the last meeting.
I'm sorry, second paragraph, sorry.
Paragraph three.
great.
Looked around the room at the last,
So this is
It started right on paragraph three.
at the last board meeting, superintendent shared a list of principal retirements and openings. Garcia was disappointed. Okay, so he shared the openings, but not the appointments.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And she
She was
knew that
disappointed,
was
so there was
problem.
time for either of them
Yeah.
to coordinate or communicate with each other.
Or this could just be a storytelling
Yeah.
setup. This is what happened at the last board meeting.
That's what I think, is my own.
It's hard to tell, that's an interesting, that's a hard clause there. I would like to point out the obvious here, that what she did wrong here is there's sort of like there's like a two infraction, in my opinion, move here. One is more serious than the other, in which she's like, I wanna be on the committee. So that is coming out of her lane, like jumping over the middle of it and just running in the wrong way very fully. Then there's the suggesting that there be a selection committee, which I actually feel like gets into the superintendent's role. I actually feel like that would be viewed, at least in my experience so far, as overstepping. But it's less egregious, so I'm gonna separate them into two separate buckets. I feel like I would, if, and as far as doing something different, I feel like I would have gone to the superintendent with the idea like privately.
I think that's.
Because I honestly feel like if I said it in a meeting,
That's an
or
important.
not to like assume what Dr. Armstrong would do, but I feel like if I said it in a meeting, Dr. Armstrong might be like, doesn't you ever see? But then if I were to approach her about it, sidebar, maybe be like, that's a great idea, like 100% let's go.
That's an
But
excellent
no, you
point.
can't be on
She
it. You know what I mean?
failed,
It's
she
just,
failed to discuss it privately.
right, yeah.
The communication issue, I think, is throughout this case study. All right, what did the board do wrong?
They didn't have you come train them on relative roles.
Board, the chair, who do we blame that on?
Collective, that's what you're the whole.
So I'm gonna go down to this end. There is potentially, we can't actually see it in the case, but we don't know what kind of orientation was provided for a new, fairly new board member. So we can make a rational assumption that perhaps orientation was lacking for that new board member, which could have helped her
Onboarding.
understand some of this. Orientation / onboarding.
And I mean, I think it could also be experiential too, though, like, you know, it's an iterative learning process. There's no manual, I mean, maybe there are books on how to be a not terrible board member.
All right, Virginia. I didn't ask the question yet, that was your cold call.
Oh,
Virginia.
I thought it was what the board did wrong.
No, just pausing for a minute to let you feel that tremor when you get a cold call. That's-
Oh.
Virginia. But I am on this topic. What the board do wrong?
Well, I was scanning the last paragraph. They didn't do much. I mean, the only thing I could think of is, you know, I didn't love, I say that a lot, you guys, like, I didn't love, so I don't like. Board members frowning, irritated at suggestions, like showing that kind of emotion in the board meeting, is a little unprofessional. It's gonna create a negative relationship.
Absolutely.
And maybe I'm extrapolating.
Wait, hang on a second, I wanna make sure I got Virginia's point though. Your point is, don't make a face, don't do the frowning. And frankly, the nodding and the smiling, if it's not authentic, some of that should just be avoided. That the body language gave Garcia signals that she thought were either approval or disapproval. And so I think to your point, frowning and showing dislike, especially, you create relationship issues.
It's very condescending, it creates a condescending.
Condescending, and then you got longer lasting relationship issues beyond this whole
Yeah, the
event.
media also picks up on it sometimes. You know, it doesn't seem like everybody was like all in on going for a bond.
Yeah.
And it's problematic when you're trying to raise
Go for a bond.
$300,000.
For it.
Helpful for the board to look more
Neutral.
united or neutral in a public setting than to show this for the media to pick up on. And so-and-so was frowning and showed absolute dislike for Member Garcia. They shouldn't be able to try to interpret that. Anything else on the board?
Like how could they, it's almost as if they were having almost one-on-ones, at least nonverbal one-on-ones with the people of the public, which is, can be problematic. Or just interchange that wasn't through the public comment period, I guess.
Interacting with the audience, views from the audience. All right, last section. Rewind the clock. Improve what should have been done by each. You've already alluded to it, as Eddie did on the chair. So let's start with the chair. What should the chair have done in this instance, other than solicit the will of the board? Eddie?
No. Okay. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, the solicit, yeah, it's to understand, you know, the role of the board, understand that it's the whole board that has the authority. So what it should have done is, instead of just dismissing, you know, like, this is a great idea for a further topic, I will reach out to you to discuss what potential options we have. Right, if there's any, and you know, what I meant by solicit will of the board is that, you know, the chair has a responsibility to the board and understand, you know, are there others who are interested in this as well? And then, you know, whether to set up a one-on-one with the superintendent or with the chair. But just to make sure that this is a learning moment, not a put down moment.
Good. Learning moment, not a put down.
I love that.
Stephanie? You add?
I think that the fact that in a room at a board meeting, there were a lot of faces in the crowd nodding their heads in agreement with her paragraph 3, her idea of trying to get more involvement in finding principle. The chair missed an opportunity to recognize that those who elected board are in need of the board to step in some way. And so I think that the chair needs to miss an opportunity to be connected with.
Acknowledge the audience.
Yeah.
Even if it's, we hear you, we understand, our responsibility, let us take it from here, but we absolutely hear what you're concerned. Acknowledge community. Good point.
I also wonder if asking the superintendent. Because the superintendent is, well, I'm sort of still confused about this at the last board meeting, but assuming the superintendent is either at the dais with them or in front of them, to just kind of say almost what they said, but then to say, like, what do you think about that idea to the superintendent, which could give the superintendent that moment to shine. This is my lane. I see what's happening in this room, and I like that idea, so we're gonna do it. I'm gonna be on it. You know what I mean? And then the superintendent has a moment to take back what's hers. Well, I don't know the gender of the superintendent. What's theirs, and so anyway, it was like a moment that could have potentially been resolved even in that moment, and then the superintendent could have had, like, it could have given Director Garcia and the superintendent a win at the same time by doing something like that. If the superintendent chose to say, yeah, that's a great idea, let's do it.
So you want that to go under the superintendent or under the chair?
Like the chair asking the superintendent, like, what do you think about that idea?
Now, given the superintendent, suppose the superintendent says, that's an inappropriate idea, I don't need a committee, it's my job to, it could have just made things
I was
Could have made
worse.
things worse.
I was
So
also
it's a
thinking.
gamble, but you could have pitched it to the superintendent. Would you like to comment on that, superintendent?
Yeah.
And hopefully he or she would say, it's an interesting point, let me take it back with my team, let me work on it some, I'd like to meet with Member Garcia.
Mhm.
I hear the audience is concerned, let me take it back and look at it for you and bring you some recommendations.
Well, and hopefully they know their superintendent well enough to know that if you pitch it, I'll catch it, I'll deliver.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, I trust our superintendent to see what's being picked on and seize the moment.
We are almost out of time. What can the superintendent have done differently? Read room.
There's a lot in that.
Explains the process that they are using, or that he or she does use, and then if there is no community involvement in hiring the principal, say, I'm in, or Director McPherson had a valuable point here, and I see there's a lot of interest.
There's an opportunity to have further discussion. It didn't have to be crushed or approved on the spot.
Superintendent also could have coached her team to be poker faces too, or their team. The staff was.
Yeah, because the staff was faces too.
Yeah.
Say, it'd be hard for the superintendent to do that when it seems like the chair kind of shut down the conversation already.
Yeah.
So like, it doesn't seem like the superintendent had the opportunity.
Not much opportunity if it had been pitched back. But ahead of time, say the staff, board member brings some information forward, even if you have an opinion about it, it's inappropriate to have that kind of response. All right, Garcia could have done differently.
Talk to the superintendent about it beforehand.
Ahead of time. Anything else?
So you could also ask for this idea to be discussed later. Sir.
Yeah,
Right.
if it just came to her, she's thinking, oh, I'm just thinking, is this something we can discuss, have discussion about later? Later discussion. Anything else? Virginia?
I was thinking, like, okay, if I were sitting in the same person, she was like, what would I have said? I think I would have said something like, I know this community well. I'd love to be helpful, let's connect offline. So, and sort of, what I would have said.
I know. Let's connect. Offline. Any other comments? About to wrap this up because my timer's waving at me. If you had to, in a nutshell, say what the biggest issue was in this whole scenario, what would you say it was in a single word? Communication. Communication. So much of this could have been solved by appropriate communication. Relationships, trust, communication, all rolled together as one could have made a difference here. All right, I don't have a resolution to tell you whether they broke out into a brawl and what happened because it's not authentic, so you can make up your own ending. Thank you for being so thorough. It's not an easy case. Factor cases back this way, doesn't matter if you vote on them. Yeah. Always account for them. It's the hard way. We're gonna take a 7-minute break. Restrooms are this way. right.
We miss you.
You're missing out on some good fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Should just cold call Rochelle anyways. Test her BS skills.
Yeah. You haven't been able to read the story.
What would you say?
All right. I'm gonna roll through a couple of definitions and then get you, ready for another activity. Here's what, the research.
I got a hold on this started like that.
Am I missing someone? Oh, I'm sorry, superintendent, the lady, we know, you're joining us in the next 5 or 6 minutes.
Call to service.
Call to service.
It's a busy week.
All right, so here's what we know from the research around governance. So I'm showing full screen here, is that the best it's gonna get up on the screen, Carrie? Yeah. It's fine. I just want to make sure I haven't done something when I switched. That's better, thank you. So there's been research done, most of the extensive research has been done by Campbell and Pullen. And they say our vision is of a governance system, school board and superintendent working together as a cohesive, unified team with a common vision driven by a shared moral imperative. On your copy, I want you to underline shared moral imperative. They're important words. It's a dynamic, powerful role for school boards. It's a governance system that fulfills its responsibility to all the children in the community it serves. I want to underline one other word, that is the word cohesive. I want to talk a little bit about this notion of coherence and a shared moral imperative. So think of governance. Governance is your authority to set rules, to set policies, to set standards on a daily basis. The board has governing authority, governing power. This notion of alignment, I said this to the superintendent's team yesterday, you can have alignment. You've got to work together on the budget, you've got to work together on your strategic plan, you've got to work together on various entities that the district is responsible for. That's not the same thing as coherence. And so I want to talk just for a minute from Campbell and Pullen's work around coherence and give you a couple of scenarios that might kind of help bring it into focus. Logical, consistent quality of forming a unified whole. Integration of diverse elements, values, and relationships. In other words, the school board doesn't have to have identical values, identical beliefs, identical relationships. They don't have to be madly in love with each other. They need to be civil with each other. But there's this emotional tie that can make the difference on successful school boards who make progress for students. And that emotional tie is the moral imperative, a shared moral imperative. Even when we disagree, when it comes to children, we're going to do A, B, C, and D. It's usually a vision statement, a mission statement, what have you. That's why we come together. That's what brings cohesion. That emotional element brings about coherence, and it is the difference between boards who do things well and boards who struggle to get things done. It is the difference between boards who have positive impact on student achievement and boards who do not. Think of coherence as this sort of synergy, that everything coming together. Some of you have probably seen a diagram that talks about random acts of improvement, where the arrows are going in every direction. Coherence means we are all aligned and heading in the same direction because we have the moral imperative around what we believe in for children that helps us coalesce around that vision, even when we don't agree on the particulars, on the how, on the when. We may not agree on everything, but when it comes to our students, there is coherence, a synergy, a coming together, a moving all in the same direction. Random acts of improvement have arrows going in every direction, well-intentioned, like Garcia's, good intentions, but it won't get the work done. So boards who get the work done actually have coherence, a moral imperative that they all agree to. This is our North Star. This is why we do the work. This is what we will set our goals for, no matter what else is going on. Moral imperative and coherence. Make sense? Good, because you're going to pair and share now. Effective school boards, according to NSBA, have these things in common. And so you're going to pair and share what stands out to you in that list. Not just in the list, but also when it comes to, even if it's a very short tenure, for this board working together, what stands out to you in the NSBA standards. I'm going to give you a minute to look at it, and then you're going to pair with your shoulder partner on either side of you. You'll have one triad.
What do we want to do with Rochelle?
Say again.
What about Rochelle?
So Rochelle can't pair and share because she's not here, but I will
Maybe she
certainly
can
let
share.
her. Oh, everybody's going to share out. I'm sorry. I should have said that, Rochelle. I'm sorry. When they do the pair and share, you will still participate in the share out. What stands out to you among these NSBA standards for effective school boards? And it's look over them, and then you're going to pair and share with your partner. All right, share with your partner.
Oh.
Go.
I think we definitely have that vision.
Okay, you know what, that's actually, I didn't get a chance to run to the restroom.
Okay. All right.
Got you. All right.
What's in the point about.
I like,
The accountability.
I like the children.
What do you establishing what that looks like?
Like I don't. Like,
So I guess it works out easily.
is there anything in here that stands out for you that you
A direction, something you would have also. So that was my query.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had this debate.
I
think
that
This is really important.
But like,
Because I
we
said
look
that.
at long run, some of these like professional development. Maybe doctors.
Right, exactly.
Better discussions. $10,000 a year or $3 million.
Yeah, so.
I like that because I think what you point out here, the ability to teach all children at high levels, I think there is like,
Yeah.
you know, I've seen that in play.
And then they want the set up history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Anything.
Instead of resigning. Your system.
Of course, being a data person, I love
It's
but at the
overall.
same time, I am confused about how that works because,
Okay.
you know, as a board, we're not really involved operations.
On you is a reason.
There's a lot.
Yes, I have. That's what I was, yeah, exactly, and so like, I would like to see a connection between how
How we.
I mean,
you monitor your data and then how that actually connects to policies.
We want to hear the data.
I don't know, I guess it stands out to me that lots of these are suggesting to be focusing on ways to student
And there's are a lot of them that actually.
So that should be.
2 more minutes.
Actually result in
Like our
anything else.
students, we're trying to just related to PBS. And so
I took your time.
And so I try to think of like, when we get to this point, using reports, like I want to see academic consistencies that for like past students, that means that it's not we're teaching all students at high levels, and I think that we need to teach all high levels, we can't teach
I mean, I think
everything.
there's ways to increase
What about
oversight.
and if we can't,
Administration. Like reports.
Sometimes when you then they're gonna report it over and over and over.
so I think we just have to reminding ourselves of what
It
the
gets
decisions we
frustrating,
make.
but it's still something to work on.
Is that what like?
Needs to get into this.
1 more minute.
Oh, it's been a big savvy, which.
Yeah, it has to be here.
Yeah.
You know you were.
And I think we are, our listeners want to retreat. This is all that way when I talk to her. Everything. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the community is seeing like through this, through every conversation. I mean, I appreciate it.
There's some volleyball and basketball things that's on. Gender studies.
I went to the kindergarten kickoff yesterday and stuff.
Oh, fun.
The teacher was,
Absolutely. Yeah, and so.
kids were like
we
playing,
can say,
like, so the teacher's trying to say like, shrink.
Yes.
For a year. If you're something up with the ceiling. Hit the floor and that's.
Sitting, at least being
Tamed by October.
Yeah, exactly.
She seems very experienced.
Be careful, Michelle.
Thank you.
Take it right into here.
You want me to get your piece of tape?
No.
Yeah.
All right, time to share out. What stood out to you? What stands out on that list?
Thanks for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like a.
Here it is.
She got left out.
Well, I'm gonna make sure I call on her.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know, what do you consider altruistic?
And instinctive.
Yeah, I put a note back there for somebody to remind. Always calling her. Rochelle.
Rochelle, we see you.
Rochelle,
I'm here.
you hear us? Yeah, what stands out What stands out to you on that list?
Number 3 stood out to me. I think a lot of the things that land in our inbox from the community are operational issues. And while they can inform where we need to be creating policy and goals, it's also not our role to like solve operational problems. Um, and I think that kind of ties to number 4. So like how we work in collaboration with staff and the community while still being in our lane and engaging from our role as board directors. And then I think number 8 also, and just taking advantage of all of the opportunities to learn more about and understand our role and how to be effective in it. And also number 7, I think like historically in the district, a lack of trust has led to a lot of challenges that I would like to see us avoid by really being a united team with the superintendent.
Excellent points, excellent points. Thank you, Rochelle, and thanks for
Thank you.
hanging in there, being all isolated by yourself. We think about it, even if I don't, I'm always thinking.
Is there a follow-up to that, or is you just gonna call on people?
Anybody else, well, everybody should have what stood out to them, so.
But
Go
no
ahead.
responding to what stood out?
No, go ahead.
Is that okay? Oh, okay. I appreciate number 3 being lifted up, and I know sometimes that feels overly restrictive, but I think when I think of like policy, it's those anchoring documents that should outlive all of us. And it's, it's easy to get caught up on like a specific thing or a specific body of work or specific people leading the work. And then when you like kind of step back and say, but how do I make long lasting change in the organization? I think that's through policy. But I also wanted to call out that we have like systems and structures that automatically pull, I think you all into operational things. And I think the more that we kind of get calibrated and aligned on that, but just that I hear what NSBA is saying about effective boards and also just recognizing and calling out that we have some systems that are counter this.
You can impact that on the systems that are in place so that the board can be more focused on things that matter most for student achievement. All right, other partners, what did you come up with? What really stood out to you?
I have one that kind of plays off what both Rochelle and Kimberly said. It's actually not listed, well, it is listed here, but separate. I would actually like 5 plus 3. Like, what stood out to me is how do we combine 5, which is monitoring data and using that information to drive continuous improvement, and how to relate that to focusing on policies that improve overall student achievement, using that to point the right way.
Yeah, okay, those are good points. What did other groups come up with? Virginia's about to say something.
I have zeroed in on number 2 and the ability to teach all children at high levels. That's something that really stands out to me for what I want for PBS. That average is not okay, that we should have high expectations of our kids. And otherwise, how do we expect them to have expectations for themselves?
Excellent.
Or even high expectations for our kids rather than of our kids.
That's what
They can't,
that's what I
achieve if we don't give them, if we don't give them what they need to achieve.
Very good. Others?
I'd be curious what stood out to Stephanie.
So I had other
Was that a cold call? You can't.
Thanks. I went to law school, you cold call me all day. So I think that 2 things. One stood out to Deborah, which I'll talk about in a second, but the things that stood out to me are similar to Virginia, which is student achievement, teaching all children at high levels. And then to Rochelle's point about trust, trust, as we all know, is not
born, it is grown, and to just assume that the community will trust us, new board members, even board members who have been for a couple of years, a newish superintendent, we have to prove to them that we have their students' best interests at heart. And they will hopefully see that over time if every decision that's made, every communication that's had brings it back to the heart, our North Star, which is a term people are using, of student achievement, and that it's for all students, and that we don't let kids fall through cracks, and that we're raising all of the students up, and that we are striving for high levels. And I say striving for that even if we can't accomplish it because some people are not funding us properly, that we still have that as our goal, and then we can talk about why we can't reach it, rather than setting a goal as mediocre education for our students, which is just unacceptable. And then Deborah had talked about strong communication, which plays in part with frankly everything, that the trust with the community, the trust within the organization, making sure we have strong communication. And then she pointed out it is often something that is cut for student-facing positions, and then student-facing positions, and the families are not hearing what they need to hear because there's no communication. It all goes back to funding. I mean, it's always about funding, but that's Deborah's point out, which I think is very insightful. So those are my thoughts.
Any others?
I guess I'll just read, one thing I thought it was great that Patty and I both agreed. We feel like we do have that vision, already in mind, which is nice that we're not struggling with that. And then I put a big box around number 4, which I think is deeply related to so much else on here. There's a couple things about it that stood out to me. So one is, I would argue, and I'm sure that it would be hard for some people to hear, that there's been that collaborative relationship between staff and the community has not been there. And I would also argue that the collaborative community relationship between staff and staff, so like the district and the schools have had a lot. I'm like looking for approval, thank you for nodding, so that you're not feeling like I'm like doing a call out or something. But to me, it's like a major issue for us, and like an area that I think we really have a lot of work to do as a district. And it's nice to see here that we have a role, because a lot of times I think some of this feels like, take your seat, no, like sit down. Not that anybody's doing that to me personally, but as I experience these trainings, it's like nope, you go over there and sit in the corner and don't say anything and just vote. But then here's something where I'm really passionate about it, and it actually is saying like we have a role here to have that collaborative relationship, to establish a strong communication structure. So I feel like it's a place where like the board and the district can partner together to actually get our hands dirty in something together. And not in a bad way, but like just get into weeding the garden together, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So I'll just call it is that one really.
It is research-based, but it says effective board students.
Yeah, and I think we have a lot of work to do, and I think it's why we end up spending time on operational issues. The community doesn't trust us, and then they're after us on operational stuff, and we're trying to help get things solved so that the district looks good, so we can rebuild the trust, and it's like this cycle of like, so I feel like if we can spend a lot of time with that piece, it will help with other pieces.
So that we all understand how to work that piece. Because I think some people respond more than others to the community, the proper way to do that, it's really going to be helpful.
Yeah.
And another thing that stood out to me is to be data savvy, which we don't really get data too often. But I think when we do, we really need to pay attention to it. And even when even when it's negative, use it, talk about it, see if it can tell us what we're doing. And hopefully next time it's better. It's frustrating, we can always keep saying money, but there's other things to do too.
Agreed.
Speaking of money, I noticed nobody said number 4, not number 4, I'm sorry, number 6.
Number 6, yeah, I didn't have that one checked.
I think it's because we are it's so depressing for us that we're just like, yeah.
Feel like they're
Or,
taking a
no, or
money.
it could be that, that's like, duh, it could be that, yes.
Everybody knows it.
Align and sustain resources, we have a fiscal responsibility.
I remember, this actually, it was in
This is
Talk about
actually,
Virginia,
I
we did
actually
point
think
that
this is important.
because
Professional development.
there's been many cases
yes.
in the past where, I mean, people like, when budget cuts happen, one of the first things people tend to look at, what Virginia pointed out, was that, people tend to start cutting professional development. But there's been so many cases in the past where professional development, especially with board members, have prevented very costly mistakes in the future, or at least led to processes that have prevented such mistakes. And so, I mean, you may be spending like a few $1,000s here, but it could save you millions of dollars. I think that's something that is unfortunately very difficult to see with a lot of the immediate effects of professional development are not.
Right, and so the first thing is one.
Yeah.
But it looks
Visible
like
spending.
we require professional development, right? Especially with the reading programs. That's been part of
Yeah.
the program.
Yeah.
I'm probably not a funded mandate, but we will go this like, what does Chrissy say, duh, well, I think it's already an issue. Okay, so the next slide talks about a little bit more precision around effective school board behaviors that are associated directly with student achievement. So we're going to do standing meetings in 3 different areas of the room, where you see the 3 charts up. And in each area, you're gonna say either by experience, by observation, or by intuition. What do we do well? What do we struggle with? According to the effective school board factors associated with student achievement. And you can certainly still use some of those that we just spoken about on the previous list. But in each triad, I need, and I think it'll be 4 at one, I need someone who has been on board previously and someone who's brand new to the board. So I'll let you move and decide on your own, but you gotta have at least 1 experienced and 1 inexperienced. Staff member or board member.
Yeah, I'll meet with Rochelle, I'll just stand in front of the camera.
So you gotta go to one, you gotta go, Rochelle's gonna have to report out by herself again.
So, stand.
You can all have
Is there 2 groups or 3?
If you talk to her, it's gonna broadcast to the whole. 3 groups, 3 groups.
Rochelle, you okay if I call you on the phone? Oh, she heard.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Good idea.
I just feel bad
Third
that
one
you're
over here.
left out.
No, thank
I'm
you.
calling you right now, I think.
Okay, got it.
Tell her to turn her microphone off. Rochelle, turn your microphone off. Mute your mic. You can work with this.
It doesn't feel like 3 hours ago. Great.
No, you got it.
Let's talk.
They look like they're tied up. There may need to be.
There's 2 columns, the left is struggle and the right is struggle. So I think to go through this and just figure out.
So is that, are we doing a good job? I mean, do we have board, do we have agreement?
Creating a vision.
I think it's really, I say,
Yeah,
Yeah.
How about communicating?
I really know how.
It's like right in the middle. Do you want me to write it?
No, go ahead.
Creating a vision. Okay.
Communicate vision. Like our overarching, this, our overarching vision.
Yeah.
The vision, the part.
Okay.
Here goes the follow the rules.
What do you do?
And bubble edge.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I think we have a vision like the board.
I would say there's 7 rules on
How that works.
Is that part of the website?
Using data.
Not part of the website, but part of a lot of the
I don't have,
So write down the sentence and I think that's.
Hopefully.
And they're both. It's great. That's awesome.
Yeah, I've heard feedback of those.
Collaborative intentional, non-negotiable goals for student achievement and instruction.
Using data, we see to have our continuous data.
I don't know what they are, I'm not involved.
You know, how do you
So that's my experience. What do you guys
We do get, we
I
do
think
use
we've got
data.
goals.
Decisions.
think? You don't have.
Yeah.
Yes.
You want me to-
Not well, and then
We can put it on speakerphone.
Yeah, I'll come over.
Stephanie's with us now. I think we're agreeing that using data goes into struggle. Because I think connection to decision making. Rochelle was giving an example of literacy. I don't know if you want to repeat
Say that again. It's historical. First, like that's the point of other areas. I felt like
Right, okay.
We do a climate survey, yeah, and really comprehensive.
I mean, if you guys are, I think the Maddie was.
Yeah.
Really on that.
Climate organization. We do get a report and we used to have one on lunch.
Setting goals.
I don't think my other I could be wrong, but for some reason I had it in my head. Boards and shit, this is all.
Maybe it's number 4 that there was more connected. And getting where we need to go.
Yeah, so I don't know if you've gone over that. Okay, because I mean, we have our board, so it's very clear. But, you know, it wasn't set by us, it was set by I think it's this. Yeah, so that goes into number 4, monitoring.
So, yeah, all of the trees were free.
Kind of mixed on this because I think that not the board is something okay. Especially since
So I'm truly inquiring, and I find that
For me, I eat it, next time.
decision is not taken for a while, then it's easier to say no.
That's
That's
It's why it's not more.
Okay. We're creating awareness.
No,
I saw you. I saw your face.
maybe not all the
And that's
So
one
that is,
example.
that's a struggle of
Yeah.
You gotta tell
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's lots of things about that. Yeah.
If I can ask you, I think where you're, because I agree, I'm not sure, because one of the things that I struggle with a lot is that the people we hear from
I think that.
are a small subset population, because we're not representing the whole population. Right? And at the same time, the people we hear from are often people who don't understand things like the education, right? Or like, that we are purposely, some classes are bigger, small classes. They don't, so I think there's some struggle here because I think a lot of the public doesn't understand. So creating awareness, so I would say the public has some hard time.
Well, no, so what I heard over and over again is 4 minutes, ask yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
So what is that for? And look at
Developing policy.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we think my struggle there?
I feel like we get lots of other policy conversations that aren't student. Running out into.
Okay, so every single policy.
It seems like it's
Yeah, I
a
think
struggle.
maybe retrospective.
Struggle?
That'll be too, like, well,
I can feel a strong desire, the problems that are others who don't do that, it's like this weird, like, how do people know trust, don't address that, so you guys, yeah.
Anyway, sometimes I have
That's here, that's we figure out how to develop it, right, so there's a quotation, like some creates it, there's a box, right? That you can, so it's just like. I understand.
Yeah. I think that, yeah, that was the context.
So not saying like, I'm gonna wait, that's not fun.
Engagement.
I think I put that on my parking lot. Yes, okay, that's an after experience.
It's a protocol, okay,
Yes, like protocol, how to.
But it's like switch.
We're talking about a board.
So I think they're disagreeing.
That's what I'm asking.
Processes we've ever seen.
Don't forget.
Oh,
I'm gonna ask that question.
from your request or from just
Oh, with the students.
Yeah.
And you, to be honest, it's also hard. That's right, the ones you want to hear from, the ones that people understand.
Yeah, the question marks. Yeah, I really like that.
Throw it in the middle.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll just say like, there's good examples of good struggle.
Two more minutes.
2 more minutes, I know. Connecting with district leadership.
But we hear from but we're hearing that I, it's like the five, we're hearing from the last five.
This is a big question. We're still trying to figure out. Work it. And it happened, the school hasn't started. Please tell.
Yeah.
Should just leave that there.
The ones that's down here, like,
Not a good one. Like our box.
Nay, okay.
the ones that. Which. That is, that would be.
Training climate.
I'm sorry.
I think it's all, it's like, for example, high expectations, I know our diploma is a lot more required.
He wanted to.
Have standard principles. But.
Kind of put like a better job of communicating when.
I think our teachers are the providing staff development.
What else do we put on creating?
Feels weird, like just this day,
When I first started, it was great.
It's like my sister
And
said.
then became,
Like, my page is, I can't find my page,
I can delve into the story
It's
well.
virtual, and it's like,
That's
that's
where
weird.
it's an interesting story, something that I think
It makes me.
I'd be thinking of. And I think from what I hear lately is that things are changing for the better. maybe not fast, but yeah, I would.
Well, yes,
But, yeah, I think it,
All right, time for recording now. Report out.
Put in the middle, okay. Me neither. Yeah, there you go. Demonstrates, wait, public policy with a focus on student learning. And Nate?
No, it's gonna stand by the chart. We've been sitting enough.
Demonstrating commitment?
I just wrote
I can't spell engagement.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one word. I can't.
It's
I
two
can't.
Cs.
Nate?
I also have left brain dyslexia. So like.
The new board just started.
Yes. Like, by the way, I
Take a left.
I love your outfit.
Practice unified government.
Yeah, that's true.
I see, I have to.
It may change again.
You guys just don't have, right?
You gotta report out.
I know, no, it's good, and yeah.
You gotta report out, you gotta report out. Stay by your chart.
That's very.
Been sitting too long. Been sitting too long. Stand by your chart.
It's part of directions mostly.
Stand by your chart. You've been sitting long enough. You've been sitting there.
You're right.
Stand by your chart.
It's so nice to be validated though.
Yes.
Stay by your chart.
Stay by your chart.
Yeah, stay by your chart.
I sat down.
But we've been sitting and trying to get.
Did you tell us that?
They're telling us to stand by our chart and we're gonna.
Hang up.
Good hang up.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang up this out there, Michelle.
Is it gonna be carried? Good,
All right, all three groups are going to report out on what do we do well. We're only doing what do we do even if it straddles the line, what do we do well? Michelle, your group can go first. What do we do well?
We do staff development, and I was gonna add board development. We do that really well, like it's a learning institution, so we put some attention and resources there. Using data to make decisions. We create a sense of urgency, but we need to prioritize, because like I was just using today's inbox as an example, everything's urgent, so we need to figure out how to prioritize. Connecting, GPS, I don't know what that is. Superintendent, was that the board?
The leadership of the board.
We feel like we connect well, like, our superintendent's inviting us in and we're getting to know, the leadership team, et cetera.
Excellent. What do we do well? Next group? What do we do well only?
Well, we have a vision that we're going by, we may want to change it, but we do have one. Monitoring progress, we are doing it, but we want to improve it, so we actually do something with what we learn. Let's see.
Only the do well side.
Creating awareness and urgency, we think we're doing that well. We are engaging with the community. We are struggling connecting with,
Not the struggles yet, not the struggles yet. Patty, not the struggles yet, just the do well side.
Good, okay. Some of them are on the line. Staff development, we're doing well. We're focusing on student learning. And we have a unified,
Practicing unified.
okay, that's not my handwriting. Practicing unified.
All right, very good. All right, this group, what do we do well?
My TTI says I follow rules and procedures, so I decided to break it. I'll write down, I think we have a middle column. because I think some of these things are improving, this is why we put it there.
I'm an NA, we got 4.
Yeah, we rule breakers here. You put all the rule breakers in one group. I think we're strong and do well in creating climates. Just kind of the focus on like high quality teaching and learning. There's a lot of focus. I think everyone is pretty aligned, especially in our district, about making sure that all students get the best they can get. Setting goals, even though I think with some of us are talking about is that I think our goals are very clear. You know, we struggle with how to do it, but I think that in terms of what the goals are, I think those are one of our strengths.
All right, you want to say something about the NA? Where'd you put in NA?
Connecting with connecting with district leadership. I think it's because it's we have so many new board members. We're still like, that's still
Working on it.
to be seen. Developing policy with the focus on student learning. We haven't had that in the past, but I think there's a desire to. And then demonstrating commitment, again, it's because, you know, most majority new board.
Okay, all right, very good. What do we struggle with? Back to this group.
It's interesting because we're opposite of the other two groups in some of these areas. So we think that we struggle with communicating, like broadly communicating the vision, so that everybody understands like what the portrait of a graduate is and what our goal is for our graduates. I think we struggle with engaging with the community, although we lost a lot of our community engagement team. We have done really deep engagement around the Center for Black Excellence, for instance. We struggle with frequency of data sharing and getting data to us. We struggle practicing unified governance consistently. We struggle with policies that remain focused on student achievement. And
This was about communications and people in the community, and it's like,
Okay.
action.
idea for future action, communication with community. Is that it?
What are you supposed to do when somebody reaches out to you?
Yeah, that was a protocol question in terms of when somebody writes in, you know, do we all respond? Do we all like, you know, we need a way to respond to people. And we haven't worked that out, so.
Got it.
We also have the climate one over on struggle, which other people didn't at all. You're right.
I did show that we do have a climate report that comes out that we have access to.
Okay. All right, so for struggles, I feel like I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm the new girl. Using data. We were split on the goals. So we put it in the middle because the board goals, when you walk into the district, talk about only academic achievement. And for me, I see those under, that's one goal, high quality education. And we have other goals like providing safe, modernized schools. That we should revisit our goals and we need to be capturing more, but that we might want to just figure this a little bit. Otherwise, like I said, you know, all of our bond money would be capturing one of our goals, which is, I think, I don't think that was the intent. Monitoring progress and corrective action over here, but I have a note, will improve with the community structure. It's really what the purpose of the communities is. Connecting with district leadership, we had a special guest in our group, she's Dr. Armstrong. And we talked about doing this more regularly as we all, you know, kind of.
You talk about doing the what?
Connecting with district leadership on a more regular cadence. And I have, under creating climate, a note over here, and where we're struggling, we need to do a better job of communicating our wins.
Communicating our wins.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Third group.
Like this group, we also believe that we currently struggle with using data. Creating an awareness and an urgency, we really talked about how the urgency is sort of case specific and independent to whoever is thinking that there is this problem. And so we struggled with whether we understood that or where we would put it or how the district handles that or how we handle that.
but that's something that provides staff development. Practice unified governance. Why did we put that over here?
So, I think Michelle pointed out, that was like the first part, identifying those potentially one of our biggest struggles.
Yeah.
Because of the polarized nature of our TTI assessments. Michelle?
There was lots of noise.
Rochelle left you.
Doing that.
Yeah.
I could hear what
Oh.
Michelle said.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rochelle.
My thought about this was that based on our assessment results, this is something that will likely be a challenge for us because of kind of some of the gaps that we have and some of the concentrations of strengths just in certain areas. So I don't know that we're one or the other at it right now, but it's something that we'll have to be intentional about paying close attention to.
Got it. So this is a good point to point out anything that we need to put on our list for further action, because we can retreat all day. If we don't have some action items at the end of the day, we will forget them. And so I know Sharon's group came up with one item for further action. We'll put it up there for us. Board protocol on communications related to email.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, read it to us.
Michelle?
Yes.
Oh, Christie, I just want to make sure it's captured it.
Oh.
You wanted a board protocol on communications related to emails you received. Christie, is that right?
That's what I thought we were talking about.
Yeah, it would be like, understanding a process flow. So, because right now we seem very not unified on how we're responding to people that are writing in, and everything's urgent, and I think it'd be really helpful for us to kind of just at least agree to how we wanna make sure people are responded to. And we also wanna understand, like, if 3 board members are responding to one person that writes in, and anyway, we're getting a lot of mail that is either batch emails, like a whole school will write in, or one-offs, you know. And so anyway, just understanding how we're responding
Need
to
a
things.
protocol.
Do we
Other,
have the board, we've got a board office that can help with that, so do we employ them?
it needs further
So just
action.
Further
Got it.
action,
We don't have
yeah.
to solve it now, but it needs further action. What else, from what we've talked to today, needs to be on this list for further action? Eddie, I think you said something earlier, but from this activity, anything should go on that list for further action?
Like, maybe like looking into how to use data. I think we had a good discussion about literacy data and the gaps in terms of like. what
So data
courses to
training?
do.
Data training? How to use the data?
Potentially data training. I think just
I'm
kind
just
of
looking for something to put on the list so we don't lose it.
Oh, clarity of how to use data.
Clarity of how to use data.
Yeah, we started that too.
All right, anything else on the further action list?
You had mentioned earlier putting, having time to discuss our work plan. So
Work plan, just
in
put up
light
there,
of
work plan.
how we're gonna operate together, that we have 3 and 3
Work
plus
plan
1.
discussion.
We need to figure out, we need to
I
spend some
remembered that
attention
from earlier.
agreeing to the work plan, so all of this other stuff that's coming in, we need a North Star.
Anything else on that list? We can add to it later, but anything else come to mind from this discussion? Virginia?
We need a new strategic plan, which should incorporate our vision. It runs out at the end of 2025, so that's.
New strategic plan.
Strategic plan
Got it.
and board goals.
Board goals.
Revisit board goals.
Yeah.
New strategic plan, revisit.
So
Sharon, you
when-
notice how I just
what's
made you my
the
scribe
goals?
without that
Was
being
that a whole
official?
community, like,
Thank
18-month
you.
process?
It wasn't lost on me.
Okay.
We think the vision was.
Board goals, new strategic plan. Anything else for our further action list? We'll revisit it again later, but
Mostly I just want to make sure everybody heard, just, I think there was a little cross talking, but the strategic plan expires this year, so we
Right.
do need to have a new one, that's not just because we have a new board.
we're gonna talk about that a little bit today too.
The school year.
I
This one says 2025.
I wonder whether I would like to consider sort of a too long didn't read or too long didn't attend or watch community Cliff Notes for the board meetings as a way to community engage. Like, you can look at it, you can look at an agenda, and then you can not
Cliff
have
Notes
3
for board
hours to
meetings.
participate or watch later.
Cliff notes for board meetings. Minutes or shortened minutes.
Like, this is what was talked about. It could just be like a 2 sentence so people are able to feel engaged and know what the board is
Yeah, I
doing.
know some districts that practice that.
I just had one idea or suggestion, was maybe put that in the umbrella of how to improve community engagement.
Yeah.
They call it board briefs.
Board briefs.
Yeah.
That'd be great to send out in the school newsletters.
Yeah, I had a dream that
Board
we would
briefs.
each take one, so like you would do
Yeah.
a meeting, you would do one, I would do one, anyway, I had this idea we could each write like our experience of what happened at the board meeting and just take turns, so it wasn't like a huge lift.
Yeah.
And then it could be like from us.
Or it's internal through school board services.
Yeah.
Synopsis of what happened. Okay, gotta move. Everybody back to your chairs. We are ready for our legal briefing on school board. Maybe describe. Gotta make it short. Okay. Let me mention. Where's my bell? We didn't get to do speed dating, so I'm gonna use the bell for other stuff. Let me mention, there's more research around effective school boards. The list that you just went through is from 2023. That research is from 2023, but it goes back as far as 1997. The messaging, the research, the data is clear around effective school boards. You can read it in your spare time. Let's talk about the governance relationship.
Okay, so actually this is the statutory framework in Oregon is pretty broad. So if you look at 332.072, it's just a broad legal granted authority. And because I'm kind of a legal nerd, I was looking at the statutes and looking at this. This actually hasn't been amended since 1965. So you're operating under a framework, and I'll talk to you about a couple other statutes, but you're operating under a framework that is fairly dated and was really meant to be for smaller school districts. So what then do you do with it? You can look to the next slide, which is 332.075. It's the next one, which is not a fit. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You can sue and be sued. But it's very broad authority. It doesn't really tell you what you're supposed to do. But the powers of the board and the roles are supposed to then, this one was written in 1969, so it's a little more updated.
Yeah.
And it has a litany of things that, the first section, everything under paragraph 1, are the things you may do. You don't have to do any of these. These are things you may do as a board. And I'm not gonna read them, they're highlighted in blue. I particularly thought it was kind of very Oregon that we have a specific statute about how you go about assigning a mascot. I thought that was very interesting. But, well, it's related to a Native American tribe, so it does make sense, but I thought that was very much something you would not find in many other states, am I right?
It's also, that might be part of the thing that changes.
Right.
As we consider, like, now it's like, of course you wouldn't have a mascot.
Right. But the history around that was, it was needed. But the point of it is, these are, the May of 332.075, they're very broad. And it grants you, it puts you in a position to govern the district. There's only 2 things in this statute that you must do. In paragraph 2, which is the next slide, you must, all the contracts that the school district enters into must be approved by the board before an order can be drawn for payment. I love that language. Drawn for payment, that is a very dated statement.
Yes, it is.
But, yes, exactly, drawn for payment. But the key is that then can be delegated to the superintendent. So paragraph 3 says you must, nothing can be paid unless you authorize it, but you can delegate to the superintendent. And all of you probably know that currently the delegation authority for the superintendent is $150,000. That hasn't been adjusted, I'll just call that out. We're a $2 billion organization and $150,000.
Yeah.
I'm your lawyer, or I'm the lawyer for the district, and I would just say that's probably something that you maybe want to take a look at in an organization this size. That one again has been around, the actual delegation for the 150 has been around for a long time, so it hasn't been adjusted at all. The other thing that to call out is all the policies we have are on the website, but the ones related to purchasing and contracting, you have to go look further because it is so complex. So there's a whole body of work around that. Because of the importance, it is the one thing you must do, one of the things you must do. The other thing to call out is you cannot delegate authority or contracts that are collective bargaining agreements or service contracts that include the provision of labor to another district. So if we're gonna enter into an intergovernmental agreement, superintendent, even if it's for 50,000, superintendent would need to bring that to the board. And you will obviously see all collective bargaining agreements called out by statute. And there you go. Then you were into the general catch-all, which is the general duties of the board. Again, this one is a 1969 statute, because you can cause the district to fill out state blanks. I had to do a little bit of research and figure out what that meant. That meant forms. Fill out the forms that the state wants.
In a mimeograph.
Yeah, exactly. And triplicate.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Line out.
Yes, so and what you land on is then the rules for the state, the statute permits you, or requires you to establish rules for the government of the schools. So again, it's reminding everything that Dr. Jenkins has talked about, you must establish rules for the governance of the district. So the broad, it's the inverse triangle, by statute you have, I shouldn't say unclear, but very broad, general sweeping statements written in 1965. And then you get to, well, what are your legal parameters? And that's really in your policies. And that's really where you look. So if you look at policy 1.1.010, it defines what the role of the Board of Education is, as well as the resolution 6298, staff expectations and operating protocols. When we talk about the legal, when I think about the legal framework for how you all operate, I rarely ever go look at a statute, they're so broad, they don't really answer the questions around this school board that the policies do. So I have the expectations if you click into them, if you want them, and the board policy is very clear as well. So if you want to take a look at them, you can.
Great.
I'm happy to hand out hard copies because I know Dr. Jenkins is going to ask you some questions to facilitate, so I can pass them around.
So this is just, which one?
This is the resolution that was passed, and it is the one that staff expectations and operating protocols for meetings and all those kinds of things. This is what's in place, and this is the actual policy that's also coming around, which is 1.1. Oh, thank you. 1.1 is the role of the Board of Education.
We just make sure I next click into these from halfway, we connect to. So.
Rochelle, can you see them when you click on it?
They were added to the meeting materials.
No, I can't.
Look in your meeting materials.
Or you can go to pps.net and click on the policies. It's the very first one, role of the board.
Just don't look on your phone, because if you look at the policy on your phone, you can't actually click onto anything.
So I just have not to make it awkward, since she's in this space, I think it's an important question though, because I know that I'm not your only employee. And like most of our like policies and procedures and, you know, the direction of the board as a majority and providing like work plans or direction or anything like that is all centered towards superintendent. And I guess I wonder, like, where does the other narrative come in with your other employee? Not to like derail or anything, but I'm just like, you know.
So the answer framework-wise, I'm sorry.
We have a policy, right? You have a policy and a charter for the committee and.
The framework,
That's the committee.
I'm gonna need one person at a time. Say it again.
We have a policy and a charter that describes the oversight for internal.
so the legal framework, which we do have a charter, but the charter isn't even really a legal thing. I mean, I don't want to discount the charters for the committees, they're important communication tools, but that doesn't endow authority on anything, it's clarity of communication, so it isn't a legal structure, but the board did enact a policy, it's 1.60.040, it's in the very first set of policies. It describes what the district performance auditing role is supposed to be, and anything the district does, excuse me, let me try this again. The board has outlined what the role is and what is expected of outcomes in that role. That was what governed.
Did you say 1.60.040?
Yes, ma'am.
1.60.
1.60.040.
And
It's
I
on the
was
board
confused
policies.
about the charter, because I thought the charter covered the auditing committee. not the function of the.
It's
been a long time since I've read it.
I hate to ask again, could you slowly say the number so I can put it in my notes?
1.60.04.
Thank you. Didn't want to do the bird walkway.
No,
I think
that's-
it's important to bring that into
I
the
agree.
space because there's another human, yeah.
And I will say, as far as I know, I don't know that she's gotten to all of us, but I had a sit down and going over the policies, job description. So we sat down and spent an hour or so reading the documents and asking questions and talking through it. So we actually, as board members that have had a chance to meet one-on-one with Janice, have had her through those documents with us and share that, just for what it's worth. So it's kind of like we're doing now with this. I haven't done this yet, but I have gone through her stuff.
So we're gonna put
And
up,
I
for-
like, I haven't seen like, one of the, sorry,
go ahead.
one of the things we got told at both the OSBA conference and there was another training that some of us attended too, that like we should, there's certain things we should like see. For example, which is not a complaint, but like at some point, the newbies probably should see like your contracts, to make sure we're not violating your contract and your goals, that maybe that's in the evaluation tool. But there's just some things like that that like at some point, it'd be good to spend our wages so we have them in our back pocket.
I think that's
But
great.
maybe the older folks have already seen it.
we have.
No, I think there's a section for superintendent eval towards the end.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get to that.
Great,
because
yeah.
We're running short on time.
Oh,
So, and we do not have time here for you to actually read and go through and parse out the policy, but I will tell you, more often than not, boards are not familiar with what their own policy says. And so I want to add to the list for further action that you actually have a session where you walk through, and Stephanie just looked around, so I'm gonna let her be the scribe. Here you go. I'm gonna need a second.
So
sheet
would
up
that
there.
be a staff walkthrough of our entire policy?
Of the policy that was just handed out to you?
Oh, the policy of policies I call it.
I would suggest it be the section, all the ones, which
All the
are all
ones.
about the board, the role of committees, the
Yes,
role
so-
of the chair, excuse me,
Absolutely.
No, but,
Yeah.
Who's suggesting that we revisit this? I'm confused. Is
I
someone on
said
board?
we-
I'm like.
we don't have time. You wanna go through it now, we don't have time. to go through it.
I'm just wondering.
No, I think
Is
this,
somebody from the board suggesting?
Where is it
that we
coming
revisit
from?
no, I think the
Oh.
suggestion is to go over it so that we're clear what the policy's saying. I
I
don't think
believe
it's a
that
revisit.
Yeah, not for, no,
Not
not,
today.
not for amending the policy. Getting familiar with the policy, we don't have time to do today.
Yes.
But I wanna challenge you, make sure
Yes.
you take the time so the entire board is familiar with your own policy. Never mind amendments.
And the ones.
You may decide you want amendments, but I think you need to at least be familiar with it, because the majority of boards are not always clear on what their own policy says. Now, once you go through it and you determine that some things need to be adjusted, that's certainly something for your discussion. We just can't go through it now. Your homework assignment is,
So there's questions on here that we can
we,
visit at that time.
we will revisit at that time, but there is no way, without having done a pre-read homework assignment. But I want you to take them as a homework assignment so that you can have a discussion and make sure everybody understands your current policy. Then you decide whether or not there needs to be any amending of the policy through your committee process. Everybody clear? So there's no need of asking, do the guidelines sound appropriate if we haven't familiarized ourselves with the guidelines? But these are the questions you ought to ask in a subsequent conversation. Anything missing, anything need to be adjusted? That's a discussion for another time, and hence Stephanie put it up on our further action needed. Everybody clear? Let's talk about board committees.
So board committees, what I would call out is you have, let me back up. Statutorily, board committees are not a thing. There's no delegation authority, you don't have the ability to delegate what is true board authority. But you can absolutely create committees because you have a policy that enables you to do it. And that is policy 1.20.014. Again, it's in the ones where you're gonna find everything that really pertains to the board. And the board can create committees, but it cannot delegate authority to the committee to do action that is otherwise required of the board. And they're really, when you look at the policy, what it really is to consider actions in detail that would otherwise monopolize the board agenda. So it's really an information body information gathering body. It is not a deliberative in the sense of decision making. It is an advisory role. So as you then look at the committees, one of the things I want to take an opportunity to say as the lawyer for the district is, and to share a cautionary tale, I don't know if you all saw the article in the Oregonian about the city council and the emails.
Yeah.
Well, with a text or email. So this is my plug for think about who's on your committee too, because all of those city council members, 6 out of the 7, have complaints pending with them at the Oregon Government Ethics Commission. The penalty runs to you all individually. If there is a finding, I'm not prejudging what happens at the city council, but with the city council, but that's a timely reminder that what you talk about, you also have to think about whether you're on the same committee or not. So the rules apply, even though it is not a deliberative body in a governance sense, that when you have 2 of you engaging in a conversation about something from the committee, this is my plug, please, take it out of email, or even as a full board member, take it out of email, take it out of text. Really, the Oregon law on this is very strong. Sorry, yes, ma'am.
So I just thought, that reminded me of something, or brought a question in my mind. So when we talked about having a protocol for how to respond to emails. So say I write an email to the board and I say, I want you to pass this policy. And Christy responds, I am totally supportive of that policy. Stephanie responds, this is to all, I am supportive of that policy. That would be serial deliberation as well. So that's another area that we need to be careful about with, like, when Michelle was talking about 3 or 4 people responding to an email from a constituent.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I've been hoping to get this out in the open because it's why I don't respond. And either I respond and I don't copy everybody,
So you can
or a lot of times I forward constituent things. It's like, this is not my lane, that there's, dog poop in a box somewhere, so.
Yeah.
But I can address it by forwarding it to.
Reply all
If you
is
can
not a
just picture
good
me,
idea.
every time you go to take your mouse to go to the reply all, if you can picture me saying pause, think about who's on that email. If you could do that every single time, you will probably avoid inadvertent, because we all do it, or reply all on a text. But before you engage in that communication, if you can just picture, better yet, the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, not me.
So if
Just to avoid the error.
So if you are on a committee, you're on the group. So if you just talk to one person, you should not do that. So you should always have those conversations at the committee meeting, it's a public committee.
Yes,
I think that only pertains to topics that may or may potentially could become a topic in that committee. Like, for example, if 2 of you are on policy committee and you're talking about Oregon pizza, that's
Not a problem.
not a problem. But if you're talking about, hey, I'm thinking about this new policy, if 2 of you are on the policy committee talking about it, then that's more.
Everything has to be public.
Pretty much.
Can you advise about using a Google Doc outside of?
The same rules apply, whatever the technology is. Again, we gotta go back to the statutes that were written in 65 before anything, and the Oregon ethics rules have been revised since then. But it's not really they're not really envisioning a world like we live in now with AI and Google Docs, all those things. Google Docs are the same thing. If you're in one Google Doc altogether, you're having a conversation, and that needs to be a public meeting.
Yeah.
And you have to have noticed it, and you have to have I don't know how you're gonna let the public in on that Google Doc, that would be potentially a problem. So that was I don't wanna belabor it, because it's really about board committees, but it also was a timely opportunity for me to put in a plug and a cautionary reminder about
Can I
that.
ask a question before we move on?
Sure.
Is the statute specific to deliberations versus, like, that's where I'm kind of struggling. It's one thing to say, the policy example, like I want to talk about this like policy idea I had, like that is obviously
Clearly.
limits, and but if let's say I'm talking to Michelle about facilities committee and I say, hey, I'm gonna send out an email to you guys so you can submit, things for the agenda. That's not deliberating.
That's not deliberating, it's more administrative, but I would suggest you let Roseanne do that.
Got it.
Because that's her job, that's her role.
Oh, Roseanne. Let Roseanne.
And on even agenda setting, that should not be reply all.
Yeah.
And there's, just so folks know, because I really did mean it, that I was gonna do work on our new serial meetings law and how it really has jumped the shark. There's strong agreement from counties, there's strong agreement from city governments. Actually, I think City of Portland just did a great disservice to changing it probably, because now it'll look like it's about them. But it's a new, there was like lack of clarity, so they like tried to like tighten up the statute. And when they tightened up the statute, which was very recent, they've then just come down. There was like a period of time where it was basically like if you talk to a member of the public, that could create serial meeting issues if that person then talked to like a quorum of a committee. I mean, it's just, it really just has gone so far that it's like impractical. And then it's gonna make it so that people just don't follow it, and then it's broken all the time, because it's just too ridiculous to even like, if you can't like tell, if I can't tell you, hey, you're the chair of a committee, I would love this on the agenda, we just violated a quorum.
That's crazy.
Because we violated a quorum.
Well, unless you're not on the committee.
Well, right, unless I'm not on the committee, then fine.
But that's
So,
maybe the
so
problem.
basically just know that there's like work afoot to try to get some work done to have the because the OGEC knows also that it's a mess, so.
Untenable. So in the meantime, use
Yeah.
Roseanne.
In the meantime.
Use Roseanne, do not reply all.
Yes, exactly.
And committees are info gathering and advisory in nature.
Yes.
Take that back up and finish, Sharon.
Yes, that's really kind of all there is. It's all in your policy and it's all very very clear what the role is and that it has to be reported out to the full board.
And I believe, Chair, you do have the report out of committees. I saw that when I viewed a board meeting, so that's already in practice. How can the chair be absolutely certain that the entire board is kept aware in between board meetings even? I mean, is there a role there as well?
Yeah, one thing we do is like in agenda setting, one of the board protocols is to send the notes for the agenda setting meeting out after they happen. One thing I do also want to note is that being the chair, I'm not in any committees. So it's also, I think, the chair's role to, because we wouldn't violate quorum because I'm the only one not in any of the committees, to help coordinate efforts between the committees to make sure that we're moving towards our goals. Again, that's tricky, but that, most of that will happen in public meetings. And then, sorry, that was me. Yeah, and then, the majority of it is just, I think, really enforcing that our committee chairs do a proper report out every meeting. Patty has been an amazing role model in that.
Like
so
that the chair
kinda-
you're not filing because the chair can help, because you're not on any other committee, you can help
Yes.
set the agendas and work with the chairs.
Can I ask a quick question, Amy? And just based on like what we just heard, this document has the meeting notes coming from the board manager, not the board chair. So wouldn't something like that coming from the board chair, like to all of us, potentially if we reply, create an issue?
If you reply, potentially.
Okay, so wouldn't it be safer to keep it with the board manager?
That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, board manager for.
I suspect that's probably why it's the way it is.
And that was my question too.
But it can still meet with individual
Yeah.
committee
Yeah.
chairs.
Right.
But in terms of after a facilities meeting or a policy meeting, if the board manager or if there were a note taker that was tasked with also sharing those out to everybody.
And that's what the problem.
Yeah.
That's what.
Okay.
We're giving you
Oh,
more
like
work.
they do that, yeah, no, they already do that.
So also to address, one of the things that we were playing around with the idea of having me send out the board notes. And one of the things what has worked in the past is that when you reply to the chair, you just reply, not reply all. And the chair doesn't so what has happened in the past is usually the chair or the vice chair will go around and have one-on-one calls or meetings with everybody weekly, but the chair and vice chair don't share that with other people. So it's literally one-on-one, but because one of the goals is actually to figure out there are 3 or 4 board members that are interested in this topic. They haven't talked to each other, it's not a serial meeting, but because the chair has collected this data or the interest solicit the interest from everyone, realize, there's some things that are in commonality. And I think that's something I think we should do because outside of, regular board meetings, sometimes it's hard to solicit. But I think the other thing that we also talk about changing is I want to do a better job at the end of our, if you notice at the end of our board meetings, there's always a time slotted for, future topics.
Yes.
And one of my goals is to do a better job of prompting all of you to start talking about what has been on your mind. It's to see if there are any things that we are aligned on. And again, the thing is that, the board as a whole has authority, but not an individual member. But if there's 3 or 4 of you that are like, oh yeah, I really want to dive deeper into literacy, for example, then that's the time to. So I really want to start exploiting is the wrong word.
Exploring?
Or just utilizing that time better at the end of our board.
Can I also I would love to just, this is a great opportunity for clarification, so I'd just like to make this point. So you have a couple of individuals in the board office, and I'm sure that you all are like, okay, I've gotten this. But like Roseanne, when you think of like tasks and calendars and activities of the board, she really manages that and is your source for like, oh, I wanna do a town hall, or I wanna do a session and like get me connected to the school, please connect me to the schools and the folks that can help me sort of get that activity off the ground. Like when you think of like those activities and those tasks, that's Roseanne. Where Deborah Kafori comes in as chief of staff and then also overseeing the board office. Like when there are like big political things, things that we need to move on and get responses on pretty quickly, or make sure that you have some information on, then that is where the chief of staff role has traditionally came in and played. And so I'm really there to, get to know you, develop those relationships, make sure that you're clear about what's on the agenda. I'm providing information about what's happening across the district and the leadership team. I'm answering your questions. I take your questions and then I get more specific and timely information from my staff. And so I want to make sure that folks understand the roles, and then if it's all confusing, emailing Roseanne is like emailing me. We're talking all the time. So if that gets confusing, but I think it's just helpful to understand like how the 3 of us come together. And then, Sharon has that dual role of, being a district lawyer, but then also representing the interests of the board, doing district work too. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Very good. All right, school board meetings.
This is really a facilitated conversation for you. For you to tell us what they want to do. From a legal lens, you have a policy that is 1.70.011. Again, we can go through it, but it describes what you all are supposed to be doing in your board meetings, or what the policy says you should do in the board meetings. And then you have that additional obligation to approve the budget once a year, and that's a separate statutory scheme, but that's all local budget law, and that's your other obligations by July 1, you have that budget in place.
Do we have, go ahead.
So, and the resolution I passed around has information there about board meeting, when you're gonna get information, and those, I don't know if you wanna go into that, which is really the next thing. Before I do that, can I say one thing? This is a request, it's advice. Back to the committees, when you are engaging with the committees and allowing public comment, it's important to have a protocol on how you do that. Time limits in particular, not because I'm a dictator about anything, it's not me, it's a question of, you're going to get to the point, and I've seen it begin to happen in some of the committee meetings where people are going to have very strong opinions.
Yeah.
And it would be inappropriate to cut it off based on content. So across the committees would be ideal, but absolutely within a committee, please, whoever's leading that, think about what your protocol is and what your time frame is, so that you're not gonna get into a position down the road where you're getting into content-based restrictions. So that would just be an important protocol to keep in.
I would submit that needs to be consistent with all of the committees.
That would be my
hope so as
recommendation.
well, yeah.
Excuse me?
I would hope so as well.
But yeah, that's a strong recommendation with committee chairs, because, obviously, the people made the effort to come here and and testify, and you really want to give them the time. I understand that totally, but imagine the worst case scenario, someone comes in and starts going into a racist diatribe, right? And then suddenly you cut them off, and then they get, oh, you gave that person 8 minutes, and I got 2,
Yes.
and now they're gonna, you get a whole slew of issues that come out of that, whether it's discrimination.
So we want to talk about that as a group of committee chairs, is that something we need to discuss at the board meeting?
I think as long as, I think the committee chair can make that decision, but I think you should,
But if we want to be consistent with each other, we can't do it with each other.
oh, yeah, okay, I misunderstood the question, yeah.
So, we can come out of that board.
Yeah,
That'd be great, I think it's a great idea.
All right,
So
now I
I'm-
look at,
I will, sorry.
you ready?
Yeah.
So look at this slide quick because we gotta move on to strategic planning. So when it comes to agenda setting, are we clear? Do we need any further clarification on how the agenda is set?
I guess we could answer the question. If the committee if the committee pops something out, should it be automatically added to the board meeting agendas? I would say yes. Anybody else?
So the chair is the one who normally manages the agenda, so anything that sounds like automatic is probably out of order. I can certainly check your policy.
Oh, I was reading just this question that's right here.
Yeah, never mind my question, I'm talking about your practice.
Oh, okay, great.
So it's gonna be answered by your policy,
So
so.
why is this question here and if the answer is already in our policy?
Because I don't live here.
Oh, I see, okay.
I'm
I
from.
see. I didn't know.
Although I would love to live in Oregon, let me just say for
Well-
the record.
Yeah, it's
The
pretty
weather.
Well, I guess,
The weather and the sales tax.
Oh,
So yes, these are actually questions for us. I see now. These are just.
There's general questions to get the discussion going, so, and when it comes to your, I'm sorry, Chrissy, I was being a little flip, that was inappropriate.
I can take it.
So, you are pretty tough. Okay, so when it comes to agenda setting, the real question is everyone clear on how the agenda is set? Any questions, any concerns around agenda setting?
Yes, I have questions, I have
Let's hear
some
it.
questions.
Let's hear it.
So I would love visibility to what other board members are asking for on the agenda and to be added to the agenda. And I feel like the only way for that to happen is to have Roseanne make it part of the notes from the agenda setting.
Or from the end of the meeting when
I think
it
end of the meeting.
says, what do people want to be, see agenda for future meetings?
Because I was actually gonna address
Okay.
exactly that.
Okay,
I forgot, Roseanne, does everyone have access to or view able to view the agenda note or the agenda setting document
tracker.
tracker? Or is
No,
that
we
just-
could. I was happy.
Yeah, we
That's
have
right,
to,
it's different.
right, a view only, but yeah, so one of the things, and this is kind of, again, talking about the board protocols, but also, in terms of like, meeting laws and stuff like that. So one of the things about, like the role of the chair, right, is to make sure that, again, reinforcing that whole thing that a single individual board member doesn't have authority, but the board as a whole does, right? So sometimes like the chair, I'll get like lots of different requests. And this is a problem I'm trying to solve. I'm not saying this is what we're doing and that's it. We're trying to solve this. Like for example, I'm just going to give hypothetical.
You can give my
Stephanie.
real example from today if you want.
Well, I'd rather just
Okay.
because for this retreat, Stephanie says, I want to talk about chocolate and its effect on students in our school lunches. And maybe actually 3 of you would actually be interested in talking about that because you don't know and haven't heard that from Stephanie, it never occurred to you, right? And so the 2 changes I want to kind of implement is that, as a board chair, I have to figure out like, oh yeah, what are these, which ones are one-offs, right? Maybe it's an issue for only one person, which trying to run a board meeting, if we put every issue on it, it's just going to go on for 18 hours, right? And so trying to figure out which ones rise to like, it's got to go on the agenda. So that goes into my number 1 problem solution. At the end of every meeting where we talk about agenda topics,
Future topic.
that's the time where I'm going to list, hey, these are the topics that have come to me. Okay, is there any of these topics resonate with anybody else? And I think that would be a good time that we can start sharing, like, oh yeah, I would love to also talk about chocolate in school lunches, right? Chocolate milk, right, or something like that. So not chocolate milk. Oh no. So yeah, a lot of memories there. So I think that's one potential solution for that.
When is the agenda setting? Because only because things may come up between the board meeting we're sitting in and, you know, I mean, we have to be a whole month in advance.
Maybe it could be the work sessions too.
Yeah.
No, actually
Every
technically at
meeting?
any time.
You can
So
send
like-
them to Roseanne.
Yeah,
I think
I
they
mean,
were sent to
the only,
Roseanne.
the only restriction in terms of timeline is just the posting requirement. I think we need to post it 24 hours ahead of time, right? So like, let's say 48 hours ahead of time, 4 people will be like, I would like this on the agenda. Yeah. We
So
could
you're
change the agenda.
flexible to changing the agenda. That's really nice to know.
Just to clarify,
Not changing
Roseanne's
the
asking us, it's 48 to post.
Oh,
So
sorry,
it
thank
would
you.
be 72.
Okay.
So 49 hours before the meeting, and suddenly 4 people are like, I would like this on the agenda. Yes.
Well,
It
couldn't it
sounds like
be,
she's saying it has to be 72 so that they
Oh,
have
sorry.
time
Or just
to.
more than 40.
Oh, more than 48. Okay, I didn't know where the 72. Okay.
I mean,
Okay,
because it
that's
was
fine.
it was more than 48.
But it,
Also, could people just,
oh, so I just want to finish. It gets complicated too, because I think right in. Because also it needs to coordinate, some issues need like staff to prepare.
Right.
And so that's when things like, you know, in terms of like how soon we can do it, it may have to be bumped to like the following meeting, 2 weeks later instead of that meeting. So, but in terms of like how soon we can put it on, that, you know, as long as it's over 48 hours. After that, beyond that, it's all about logistics. If we have staff can prepare, or if there's other things that are more.
And if your colleagues have enough time, because we've
Yeah.
heard, I mean, that's the whole thing with posting, when we post information on board books is that people work and people have other lives, so making sure that your colleagues can be able to read the materials.
Okay, yeah.
Which takes us to the board information and materials timeline for providing various documents. Are there exceptions, grace periods, et cetera? What's the current practice? How far in advance are you posting materials?
Just huge. Not very far in advance, like
Yeah,
it's
it's like
definitely
for
been
business.
trouble. It's been difficult for me personally, though I was like full-time working
What's your guideline?
parents.
So, I think we're trying to implement OSBA, you know, Oregon School Board Associates recommendation is that, there's a lot of lead up time for decisions. Like, for example, so we have work sessions, every other meeting is a work session, every other meeting is a regular session. And votes happen on regular sessions. Work sessions, and then what that means is that the work session is the time that we have the discussion and really like, you know, information dive and have the presentations and everything before the vote on the regular session. So it's literally, we have to plan 3 meetings in ahead. You know, we're kind of currently at like just reality check, we're like 2.5, you know, trying to get through meetings. The difficulty also comes in when like urgent things pop up, whether there may be like a new contract or maybe some, the roof collapse in a building, right, or something like that need urgent attention. That kind of has been a little bit of a foible in the issue, but the goal is that things have a long lead up time, so when we have to vote on it, we've already had a chance to discuss it. That's also one of the roles of the committee. In practice, has that been perfect? No, and I think that's where we need some work in terms of how to improve it.
So,
What are your thoughts?
sorry, somebody else wants to talk about this one.
I think there's a little bit of, you know, because we literally just started the school year and with a new board, so we haven't really had a chance to kind of build that plan out yet.
So does it go on further action needed on that list? What are we gonna say, Virginia?
I would love to decide what how many, like our minimum number of business days in advance for our board materials is. I'd love to decide that today.
You
can't make decisions today.
Oh, right, sorry.
It's a
Sorry.
discussion, it's a discussion.
Sounds like
Is there a recommendation from the Oregon
We
Association?
can
Discuss it, we can't decide.
Yeah.
We can discuss it, not decide.
Their recommendation was what I said is that you have all the information discussion in the work session and then the vote. So that kind of counters that need to have things posted. A lot of the, I
I
guess,
think we'll still have to have the posted
Yeah.
agenda for community.
yeah,
So I'm
exactly.
not gonna post.
And can I just, I wanna insert, I know that some of you either,
Hold on.
Okay.
No, but can we not, I don't wanna move off of that. Did you say something about not posting materials?
No.
Okay, I think we misunderstood.
The point I was trying to make was that sometimes there's like last minute things that happen in the district, whether it's like new data just arrived and stuff like, so in the past, there was a struggle between like, oh, if there's a minimum of 12 days before we can post it, well, we just like got this new data that came out 3 days ago before the meeting, so I guess we're delaying this meeting another 2 weeks.
Gotcha.
Right? And so that was the reason why there was a lot of discussion, debate about the 4 days.
And I just wanted to add context to that, so the 12 to 13 day that I think that you all came to either experience or hear about was when we moved from 2 board meetings a month to 1 board meeting a month. And I think that was the agreement that we'll do 1 board meeting a month, and that will mean then that materials, because it is 1 board meeting and it means it's gonna be super packed, materials, it was an agreement but not in policy, that materials would be available like, 12 days, I believe.
It was 12 days.
Which is different from posting to the public.
Right, yeah. So it sounds like that's another thing we should probably have on our next.
Our protocols.
I think it's really worth watching the, so back in 2023, the year before I came on board, Michelle was there. There was a big old retreat too that they were working on the board protocols. So these board protocols are from 2021, I believe. And in 2023, they worked on a whole new set of board protocols that was never adopted.
Never adopted.
Right, and
That was in 2023.
because there was 2 parts of it. It had more, it called out for more accountability on the staff side, but also called out for more accountability on the board side. I think people were having trouble with both, I think. And so that never got adopted. There was a lot of pushback for adopting it. However, some things were kind of like picked and choose to continue, even though it doesn't really work except as a whole, because it establishes a rhythm and pattern habits, right? And we don't have like the whole, you can't really pick and choose. It's like, oh yeah, I'm only going to replace my front left tire.
Right.
Never look at the others, right? It doesn't really work. So, so if we want to talk about the board protocols, I think that is worthy of a whole separate
I do too.
few meetings.
Protocol.
It's intense.
But
That's great.
I think it's worth watching. It's still on YouTube, the 2021, 23 retreat.
23.
Because there's a lot of great information.
But then I think back to answering the
see how we
question
interact?
on what does the OSBA recommend in terms of posting items for the board before a meeting?
I don't think that, I don't remember the
Maybe we can see if they can. I will just put it out there because I think that whenever we talk about this, we feel like, oh, this is a public meeting and I'm gonna be as kind as I can be, but if it doesn't feel kind, just I'm doing my very best. It feels like there was like discussion about changing the number from 12 to 4, and a decision was made to do that. And then it was just shared with us that that was the decision that was made. And that's fine. I understand that the board leadership and the superintendent can, in some cases, have authority. What I want to say is like, mom who has a full-time job, and very little vacation time, that if I get something on like a Thursday and I have to review it by a Tuesday, and I better not have any family plans over the weekend. I better have time where I have internet access, like this summer that's been challenging, it's like vacations, which I think you all would like me to be able to take my kids on cool adventures. But then, for example, the OSBA conference week, I had to work like 10 hours a day in order to accrue enough time off because I don't have any vacation so that I could take Friday off to go to that training opportunity. So these challenges like are real with our time. And 4 days just isn't quite cutting it for me. And so I'm just putting that out there that I understand you guys talked about it and think that that's what's best for staff. But I just really hope that we can also consider like what works for board members who have full-time jobs and children, especially because we now have the majority of the board that have full-time jobs and children at home that require a lot of extra attention and we don't like have control over our own time. So I hope we can just continue the conversation, because I don't want to be hard on staff, but I also just know that like if something's posted on a Thursday night and we're going away that weekend or whatever, then I end up with just Monday and maybe Tuesday where I have to work all day where I should be reviewing things.
I don't see why it's hard on staff to have more time to come up.
Yeah, let me,
with whatever they need.
I just want to respond to that really quick, because I think, that, okay, so, I totally hear what you're saying. I work full-time, I have a
Me
kid,
too.
right,
Yeah.
in middle school. I get it, that 4 days is really soon. But I wanna make sure that we understand what we're talking about, because here's the goal that we're trying to do, right? So the 4-day, there's a difference between items for decision that are leading up to a decision, and there's a difference between items leading to a decision and items for information. Just like for information only, like just it's cool to see, right? Items that are leading up to decision, what we're trying to do is that we post it 4 days before the work session at least. And so we can talk about it during the work session, and then you have another 2 weeks before a regular meeting where you take a vote. So in totality, you know, the hope is that you have 18 days. I was gonna say 19, but yeah, 18 days before you have to vote on it. Now, for things that are just purely informational, like, hey, this is check out this new building we're doing, all right? Let's post the you know, like the DAG from one of the things, have a new architectural design. Things that we are not voting on, I think those are the ones that have been less strict in terms of like how far in advance they've been posting. Because I think one of the issues is that when there were some board members in the past kept claiming, oh, you have postings 12 days in advance. That was never an agreed upon or voted upon protocol, right? And
So it's only one board member, not the whole board.
yeah, it was one board member was in the whole board, and not only that, but it also didn't differentiate items that were leading up to a board vote, a decision that we have to make, versus purely information, right? And so I think it's important to differentiate these two, because if we treat both of them the same, it does put a lot of stress on the staff. But if we treat, like, for example, things that are leading to a board vote, that yes, we need a long lead up time for that. I think that is very fair, and that's something that we can push. So I'm just throwing this out there as like, this is what the why.
It's context.
We are fine with changing it. I think we need to have a discussion that needs to also involve staff, because it is a big task for a lot of them to do.
So staff like for short time?
Well,
Yes and no.
I didn't even move us on, but this has been.
It's really
No,
important.
I'm not trying to move you on, I'm gonna say something else.
I feel like I'm hearing everything that Christy's saying, and she's not alone. I would be really careful that I'm not breaking any meeting rules, but it does feel like there's been some conversations had that we weren't a part of. And if we could add it to the next board meeting agenda, I'm certain there will be a robust conversation around it.
Absolutely.
Well, you can talk
You can
about it
continue
now.
your conversation now.
You
You
just
don't
can't
have
vote.
We're not voting today,
I
but
mean,
you can.
I will say, so we're prepared to meet whatever expectation the board has. So I don't want you all to walk away hearing that, like, we're just saying it's impossible or we're unable to do it. I think one of the things that Director Wong was referencing was prior to this past year, there would be items that would, pop up to like be added to the agenda, and then an expectation that staff needed to turn around a plethora of data and resources within like a 2 or 3 day turnaround to meet the 12 day posting guideline, and that was a constraint. I think when I imagine who you all are as a board and these work plans that are really clear in the topics and where it'll be either in committee or work session or regular, and we're clear on that, and we don't, imagine some last minute items coming in unless it's like urgent, then I think we can be prepared to meet whatever the group decides. That's not an issue. There are a few times though, when there are items that come up that are urgent and we put it on and, we would ask that, hey, that 12-day isn't realistic or possible, but we can certainly have it by, this particular date, so.
And I'll just share like what to me I think makes a lot of sense is something like a week in advance, because for me, actually like what's been hardest for me is I've done all this training stuff. So like to prepare for today, because I was at a training on Friday and a training on Saturday that was all about being a good school board member, and I wouldn't have traded those trainings, but it meant I had to work on Sunday so that I could take time off today for this, because I had to work the extra 4 hours so I could be here this afternoon, Sunday and yesterday. So then I was like just looking at the stuff for today last night, because by the time it was posted, I was like, on to the next thing. So I just am giving these examples of how it like works in practice. And so if we have like a whole week, then it seems to me like it just gives more opportunities for us to prepare. And I get what you're saying about it's like for a decision, then we need more time. I would actually say like, I wanna be prepared for the discussion as much as I wanna be prepared for the decision. I don't view that as different personally. And I really think that, like, to me, you want us to be prepared. You don't want me preparing for the retreat, like after I worked an hour and a half last night between 9 and 11, so that I could then prepare for the retreat from 11 to midnight, which was my reality, and then realizing, you know, certain things weren't what I looked at the agenda for today and was like, oh, we're not doing a work session today, okay. So I didn't even know that because I hadn't had a chance to look. And so that's not gonna have me in a position to be like an effective board member, and it's gonna burn me out, right?
Right.
So, like, I want you to know the real experience, because I just think that you should know it, like what's happening to me with this stuff, and then how it feels to be like unprepared. Like, I hate that. You just saw my stuff. Could you imagine how it feels to be like the supporter and want to be like ready to go and like part of the team and just be like, I'm faking it. I'm faking it. Like I'm faking that I'm prepared sometimes.
Christy, thank you for your transparency, for sharing those thoughts and feelings. It brings context, as did the chair's comments as well, but for you to be that open and transparent about what you're experiencing is commendable.
I'm like, I faked it.
Chrissy, I also have to say that I, as a single parent, experienced the same pressure with a full-time job and other, you know, community obligations and family stuff, so I hear you.
We have it on the list for further
And I have one little thing
action.
to add to this.
Make it quick.
I think that this is a really good conversation. I think that there's obviously a large area between 12 and 4. I also think that one of the things that we haven't brought up along that was not only was the 12 for a staff part, was that then we were not allowed to make a change. And so that is gonna be another thing here.
Yeah.
So if there is a change in a slide deck, you have to start all over. So I think that is also a piece here that.
And I just, bottom line, for the superintendent, school board relationship, I want you all to feel like you're at your best.
Yeah.
And I am prepared to make sure that we rise to whatever the occasion is with the dates. So I don't want that, I don't want staff to be a reason. We will meet your needs. And if that means that we need to move some items to a whole different month because we're not prepared with the items, then we'll be prepared to do that.
Or like I'm down to be flexible too. If I've already had the chance to read 3/4 of all this stuff to prepare for the meeting, and then I get an email that says, hey, we're gonna add an agenda item, this is urgent, here's the materials. It's in board book and it's here, easy peasy, then it's one thing I have to read and it's not like the whole packet, you know what I mean? So I think like we could come up with something
Very helpful
that's more simple.
I think, if I can just say one thing, I think the point to your staff, the staff rising, the important part about more time is not only for us, who shouldn't be giving up 2 weekends a month as a volunteer position in order to be prepared. And in my line of business, being prepared is not just reading, it's having the opportunity to sleep on it, to engage in thoughtful processing, not everyone processes immediately, regurgitate right away. The opportunity to spend a couple days or nights processing, emailing staff with questions, and getting responses in a timely fashion. So if I am getting material Thursday night and then to this point, maybe spending the weekend reviewing the materials, then I'm expecting answers on the weekend, which means your staff is working on the weekend.
Right.
And that's not good boundaries or burnout for anybody. So the more time means that people get to set boundaries and get to say, it's Saturday, it's my time with my family. I don't need to be worrying about questions from the board because they've had it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And if they send me something Friday at 7 p.m., I'll get to it Monday at 9 maybe. You know, like it's just boundary setting, and it may seem stressful at first, but people settle into change, and suddenly 7 days will feel like what we've been doing forever, and everybody's just on this new timeline and calendar. But it's reciprocal, right? Like we don't want to give up our weekends, but you also deserve your weekend, as do your staff. But if we have questions on the weekend because we just got staff.
A question on the weekend.
No, exactly.
Or on a Friday, so that Monday you're scrambling, like this is for staff, just as much as it is for us.
Schedule send,
Yeah.
will be your friend.
That's a really good context piece there as well. Stephanie, I appreciate that. I think I think as a whole, keeping it up there for further action needed is still appropriate, but the conversation here is critical, so everyone understands everyone else's issues.
And the flexibility, I mean, 7 from 12, I mean, that's, you know, that's a huge step, so.
12 is a lot.
And you heard, and you heard
I'm a
what.
procrastinator, I'm not doing anything about this.
And you heard what Sean Joseph said, I heard the term burnout twice here.
Yeah.
He said, if you try to pile on, you try to do too much, rather than doing fewer things and doing them well and thoroughly.
Yeah.
And thinking through them, as opposed to trying to do too much and burning out, all that critical. Good discussion.
Yeah, I still, nobody has answered
Excuse
me why it's better for staff to have a short time. I mean, if we just have those 4 days
I think,
and ask them a question, they have to do it now.
Yeah.
Why is that good for them?
I think,
It's not.
it's not. I don't think that was the point, the purpose. So I kind of want to reiterate, thanks Deborah for adding that context. One of the reasons, by the way, I hear all of you, we're going to fix this issue. Well, we'll have some time to discuss it. It's an important thing to fix, so we'll fix it. I'm not opposing anything, but I just want to kind of give some context going back. The original board protocol says 4 days in advance. Going back to that wasn't,
This one.
yeah, this board protocol.
This one says posted to board book, it
Yeah,
doesn't say
and
provided to
so-
board. I think there is, this one says posted to board book, which
Yes,
suggests to me public. I don't know that in here says anything about the number of days it's
Yes.
provided to the board.
So I think one of the reasons for defaulting back to the protocol was not to shorten the time that us members get the information. The goal was still to get the information to us as soon as possible. The reason for defaulting back to the original resolution that was actually passed was because the old practice, or one board member reinforcing this 12-day rule, meant that we had months delays on some of like the contracts that were coming up, as things were changing or last minute, and that was increasing costs for the district and also delay and other things. So it wasn't going back to the 4 days wasn't trying to be like, oh, there's less time for staff. It wasn't dealing with all this. It was just dealing with the fact that it was causing immense delays and a lot of things that needed to be approved.
So it sounds like we need to differentiate between when we as a board receive materials and when they're posted to board book.
Exactly.
That's what I said.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly, right.
Yeah, I was like, I got that like 10 minutes ago, Virginia.
All right,
But
get
yeah,
your sticky notes out.
to answer your question,
Sticky notes?
I don't have control of the staff, but I think the goal is again trying to, but then also keeping flexibility. So like, for example, if there are things that may be posted late, we may have to ask like, hey, can we move this to the next board meeting so that people have time to read it? Unless it's something urgent.
And I would say that revert back to the policy wasn't solely based on staff preferences. I think it was just to go back on guidance of like, here's our anchoring document. We love anchoring documents. Here's the anchoring document. What rule was this posting falling under? And let's go with that until there is another clearer way. Because the 12 just created lots of confusion.
In terms of when it's posted to board book.
No, to staff, to you all.
No, to staff, the 12 day,
To you.
items
Yeah,
out
no,
to staff.
sorry, I moved on, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I've got like 5 of them. So when it's posted publicly to board book, just want to make sure that that it really goes out 4 days in advance and that all the documents are included because the company gives you the public to give them time to review these items. They want to provide public comment to write it, make time to come to the meeting, those sorts of things. And the price, I still want to be like really mindful that the documents, the supporting documents, not just the agenda, are up the Thursday before the meetings.
Yes.
I've been at the other end of that, where when we go really late, it's very frustrating.
All right, take out your sticky notes. We're gonna cover 3 last items. Some of them. We're gonna cover the 3 last items. Look at the next section. Everybody has sticky notes at their, take out your sticky notes. So there are 4 sections. The next 4 slides are around communication. We're gonna cut across this and make it go faster while we're getting all of your thoughts on it. Here's what you're going to be putting on your sticky notes for the 4 sections. It's communication with the superintendent, communication with district employees, communication with the media and communication with media, staff, superintendent, and employees. Yeah, 4 slides, 4 different areas. Here's what you're gonna be putting on your sticky notes. And when you look at each one, you're going to say, start doing this or stop doing it. Anything that you don't put on the list means you're okay with it. When you look at those 4 slides, if you're okay with it, you don't need to put it on a sticky note. Anything that you want to start or stop, put on a sticky note. There are going to be 2 charts over there that say start, stop. If you're okay with it and you want to see it continuing, do not put it on the sticky note. We're only going to put up charts that say stop this or start this. Next 4 slides on communication. My 2 charts over here. Start and stop. They're all 4 on communication.
But if it's already a practice and it doesn't need to be started or stopped, then we don't.
You're only doing start and stop. If it's something that's continuing, you don't need to put it on. Start.
The district employees.
Start
So-
something. Let me say it one more time.
If there's something on
If it's
here
all,
that
Michelle, let me try it. Let me try it one more time.
Um,
If it's already happening and you're happy with it, you don't need to put it on a sticky note.
Oh.
If it's something you want to see started, put it on a sticky note. If it's something that's driving you bananas and you'd like for it to stop, those are the only items you're putting on a sticky note, because up here, there's 1 chart for stop and 1 for start. That's all we're interested in.
So the
Those next
items
4
on the slide, are they things that I'm not understanding?
So by way of
It's on the
example,
slide is not
if text messages for critical, emergent, and time-sensitive situations didn't already come from Roseanne, like, hey, board members, I sent an email that you need to look at right away, and we're like, dang, that's a really good idea, we should put start.
Yes,
But if it already happens and we like it,
leave it alone.
we don't do anything.
Right.
If we got like 14 text messages from Roseanne a day, we would say stop.
Please stop.
Okay.
Okay, so these aren't our protocols, these are just general protocols.
There's some ideas, some things you already do, some things are just ideas, some best practices that might be helpful. Start and stop, that's all we're interested in. And we have about 6 minutes.
When I write start, do I tiny letter down here which one I'm talking about?
Yeah, you don't have to write the word, just.
Okay.
See that chart up there, that start and stop? Don't write the word on it, just write the idea, write the practice.
I'm sure, is it a coincidence that it's a girls' basketball picture on your side? Is it by
It is a
yourself?
coincidence, but I love that.
Pick 'em up, yeah.
The superintendent?
No.
Just that, okay. You'll know what I'm talking about.
Whenever you're ready to start putting your sticky notes up there.
Questions about.
I did see them. That's down that area.
Yeah.
Okay. I was starting it when I was here. Oh, thank you.
Put your sticky notes up.
Well, I have.
Rochelle? Are you there?
I'm here.
So I'm thinking you can, potentially. I'm thinking to send your, start doing and stop, are you comfortable, just emailing them to Roseanne?
Yeah, I can. That sounds great.
Email or text
If you
Roseanne?
send them right now, I'll put them on a sticky note and get them on the board.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Terry.
Katie, how hard stop are you on 6 o'clock again?
Feel like,
You need to start at 6.
I think we should, maybe 6:05.
We're almost, okay, we're almost done.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go real short on the eval and the strategic plan will be good.
It was noticed to start immediately following this one, so once it's rolled over, we're.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh, great.
So it wasn't a hard.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock or immediately following the end of this meeting.
Okay,
We don't wanna go too
so a
long.
little
though.
more flex.
Not like they're gonna be
Dinner
crowded
plans.
down there for a 10-minute meeting, but.
Yeah.
We'll go
It is
close.
just a 10-minute meeting, right?
What is? What is a 10-minute?
I mean, we just ourselves. I mean, we just have one. Yeah, one thing.
Oh, after I just said, yeah.
That's easy to read.
You know, I'm getting another key copy.
Okay.
A what?
Oh, God. Oh, you got Inco
Yeah, I
leaves.
got Finkel leaves.
heat watch?
We get them here.
Where it's too hot.
Oh,
We're not usually hot.
they're 103 degrees at home. Maybe they probably feel like 106.
Mm-hmm.
Love them. And look, I've got mine are different, a different technique, not
It's
the.
your FICO.
This goes more. If I can get into the hardest of the year, I can usually get it to about 22
Okay.
on the flat and like 26 when I'm on the down.
With the electric.
I
The
actually.
election by law is like
Yeah. So you just push a little bit more than.
Two, but I currently not, I don't have the biggest gear available to me because the bike's fell over. The first time in 9 years. And so the, what's it called, the derailleur is broken, so I can't shake right now. So it's stuck in this middle gear, which for normal people would be just fine, but I'm like, I want to really hard.
Right.
Sorry, I'm not trying to make it difficult. Like, I kind of want to get a little exercise when I use that thing, and I can't right now.
No.
So, it's like, I'm supposed to bring it in last weekend, and I got so I was thinking that, I missed them now, actually, I'm gonna call it.
Were you stressed?
Oh.
2 minutes. Everybody sticky notes up there.
It is what it is. Thank you for your grace.
Take a look.
I was gonna say, I can take a look at it.
We can do a gallery crawl. A gallery crawl means you walk by and see what's on the list. Take a look.
She was a ferocious rebounder. Her recent accomplishment was in a staff kid, she's a teacher.
Yeah.
In a staff kid basketball game, she had her highest score ever of 20 points as a 47-year-old woman against middle schoolers. She published.
I just want to make sure before I get.
Yes.
I know.
I think the point is that you're not.
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to like, how do I was walking this way and I don't see it. Oh, you're fine. Well, I don't know.
I told him it would be eating nonstop if we weren't in the food, so why don't we go live, because it's here.
Yes.
How do you? I feel like it's the cheddar and sour cream, baked. The baked is what makes it feel better.
Well, that's why I want better text.
You do.
It's not.
Standard.
You were at my desk, I didn't realize. I heard you were fine.
Right, I was gonna say,
I make sure in the clear and it can help your decision.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because I was here.
Yeah, that's why Terry. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate you back at some.
Great, also. You know, doing it other places for so long.
I like
let's be real.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Oh, well, maybe I'll be on that.
That's also why there's a spreadsheet.
What's the thing,
Because
the
you
all.
need to
Am I done over here?
Even for the ones that.
Sure, you can read
That's
the
not
book.
a spreadsheet, that way you
You'll
will
see
see.
the things right now. Well,
Any information.
Oh my God.
Right, but does it, so I, cause I, yeah, I but I have to, it's not just a need word.
You wanna bring a quick attendance.
You don't want to come up.
Right.
All right, back in our seats.
Yeah, I just have to put it outside.
No, it's not.
Hey guys,
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing you without your cell
we have 3 remaining topics and we're gonna get them done. Terry says we can have until 6:05, so we gotta go. Strategic planning, brief overview from the superintendent, some discussion about the superintendent's evaluation, and then a brief tidbit around the board's self-evaluation, and I think we can make it, Chair. Kim, you're on.
Yes, and I will be quick. So really quickly, I just want to share about where we've been and then where we're headed. Now, some of this will be familiar, but in 2019, Superintendent Guerrero developed the PPS Reimagined and the graduate profile, which led into work in 2021 on the strategic plan that is 2020 through 2025. And it was about creation of an instructional framework, a consistent district-wide vision for high-quality teaching and learning were the pillars. Just so happened, right, then that the first version of that instructional framework developed by the design team, with feedback from community leaders and all of that, would be implemented starting in the summer of 2022, which is when I came in as Chief Academic Officer. And so from 22 to 25, I feel like even when I stepped away to go to the other district, I've been closely tied to that work. And so one of the things that we're pretty proud of is that even though there's been a superintendent change, there were like 3 changes on the Chief Academic Officer, the core work didn't change or stop with some of the goals and objectives. And so the next slide talks about something new this year, which is our district continuous improvement plan. And so we've had school continuous improvement plans, all of our sites have one, but we hadn't yet developed a district improvement plan. And this is actually important because, as you know, House Bill 59, with a focus on accountability, talks about a district continuous improvement plan, so we already have that up and going, which really just talks about what it means to assess needs and then go through the cycle of creating a plan, monitoring and adjusting. Now, we use the word strategic plan not in a big like 2030 plan sense, but like, what is that strategic work that we're planning to do this year? So I realize that there are some of the vocabulary might be a little different. The next slide then shows the steps which really get to the heart, the core of our work, which is around alignment and coherence. So number 1 is about the vision and the mission and the goals of the district. From that, right, that's where we know that we support the district Board of Education goals. And those goals were established prior to me coming in, even as a chief academic officer. So they've been around for some years. And then after that, then is supporting the strategic plan work. Again, when I think of strategic plan, those strategic actions that we're doing this year around the district continuous improvement plan and the theory of action, which really talks about those ideal student conditions we want to be true for every student. And I'll show a little bit more of that district continuous improvement plan. And then getting to principals. Principals is lever, making sure that at the district office, all of our work is about making sure that our leaders at our sites feel supported, that we're responsive, and that they have all of the resources and tools they need to be successful. Because we believe that if we do that, then our educators will have what they need to accomplish the goals that they have in their classroom, and that our students will grow because of all of that. So that just kind of like is a snapshot of the way in which we're thinking about alignment and coherence across the system. So the next slide that I wanted to show you, which I did delete one for this presentation, but it's still with the, it's really just a combination of the two, just still with the packet. The 4 across, so when you think of the district continuous improvement plan, like what is that? It's basically the 4 goals that we want to be true by June 2028. So there's attendance, increasing and improving attendance, reducing a disproportionate gap, literacy, increasing literacy, PK through 12. And really what we want our goal to really focus on is that all of our students, 100% of them, know and understand the learning targets and success criteria, and that they are engaged in grade level and standards aligned tasks. So we believe that if 100% of our students are doing those things, then their academic needs are being met and they will continue to move and accelerate. And that's the same with math, the same thing. Know and understand the learning target and success criteria, and then be engaged in grade level standards aligned tasks and district approved high quality instructional materials. And then the 9th grade success one, that's our high school one. Well, like I said, the other 2 are PK, actually they're all PK through 12, but this one is particular to the 9th graders. In making sure that our students are finishing 9th grade by passing all of their courses, and that we're closing the opportunity gap, and that we have focal students. And our focal students are Black and Native students, our students with disabilities, and our English language learners are focal. And we know though that when we do right by subgroups of students and we make sure resources are in place, then all rise. So if you look at the next page in your packet, it just really is just a summary of all of those things. But on this, what was projected was just a narrative of what we want to be true by 2028. Now, we are excited, and I know that there's some interest of like, hey, when are we starting this strategic plan and ready to get into the meat of that? Right. Well, we're looking at the 2030 plan, and launching into that work will be involving, of course, all of you, but we're trying to figure out through the board work plan, once we see where you all are at on that, and in the spring, we know that we have budget reduction conversations. We have to talk about school optimization. There's some pretty big topics that we're going to talk about that will be seeds to what we want to be true for 2030, which 2030 happens to be when all of our high schools will be complete, including the fields. So
I
So
appreciate
that
that
is
context.
the overview. Yeah.
And also, this is really making visible the work that's kind of like going on every day. It's helpful to see it in black and white like this.
Yes, and then the last little note that I'll say thank you for that is that one of the things that I'm planning, and I'm still gonna get with the team, but I would love to be able to launch one in the next few days, which is like a drop-in information session for board members when I see that there's some trending hot topics. I know, as you all are receiving emails, that one of those trending hot topics is class size, cohort, middle school athletics. And I want to be able to bring together the players with the most relevant information, pull you into that space if you're available in groups that are appropriate, because I know there's limits, and share what we have and then send the summary out in email in my Friday newsletter. But I know that some of you could benefit from a Q&A session that probably would represent where others are at. And if that goes well and you all are liking that, then I want to be able to create more of those opportunities, especially around just some quick learning. I know in my one-on-one with Patty, with Director Sullivan, I love the idea of just some quick little information learning sessions about some of these things that we're talking about so that you understand the work that's moving in the system. Sort of like that little hot topic, pop in for 10 minutes, and then we'll capture it somewhere or even potentially record it and send it out, still working through some of that. But it's clear to me that we need to respond a little bit quicker and deeper to some of the things that are coming up. So
Is there an action item, superintendent, that needs to go up there for strategic planning?
Yes.
I think there's one up there for continuous improvement.
Well, I think we already have an action item. I know that the board has asked for a larger session on the district continuous improvement plan.
I'd like
It's
to
up
get
there?
information about sequencing the work, because right now, like this week, everything feels urgent. But it seems like there is a plan that's kind of stretched out through 2028 or 2030. So if we could, maybe hear your thinking about the sequence of when these things will happen, because they can't all happen this year, and they're gonna be, and some buckets of work will feed into buckets that happen, continually throughout the time. So
Yes.
just sequencing, like bubbling when maybe some of this, just to make it visible.
Just for, we don't need to discuss it now, but maybe just making sure that when we do get that presentation, that we hear how students and administrators and teachers were involved in developing it. That's something I'll certainly ask about, so if you wanna just be ready to share that.
The DSEP?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect, yeah, we
I
have that.
wanna hear all that.
Yes.
It's on all of our.
All right, superintendent evaluation. Eddie, Sharon, give us what you know.
Yep, all right. So there was a resolution adopted back in 2022. The superintendent evaluation is kind of inconsistent process with the issue that the usefulness and the utility of the practice has also been kind of up and down as well, or unclear. And so last year we attempted something a little different, where we hired, the board hired an outsider, basically, someone who's been a superintendent for 30 years, to help with this process, take the board's all the board's evaluations and synthesize a board document that kind of synthesized the main themes that were gathered from everyone. It wasn't perfect, and even our person that we hired, the other superintendent, had a lot of Steve Lauder, who had a lot of recommendations for how to improve this practice. So again, one of the things, as you know from my educator background, I'm very adamant that assessments also need to be learning tools, right? And we're not just saying, hey, you did a great job and pat on the back. It doesn't do any good for anybody, right? But at the same time, what we also don't want to do, because it's going to be a public document, we don't want to be in the business of bashing superintendents and making everyone, right? So the goal here is trying to figure out how to do an assessment that is worth our time and provides valuable feedback, and also is a learning tool for Dr. Armstrong, for our superintendent. So that's where we're at. I am still reaching out to Steve Lauder to kind of come up and talk about potential new ideas. But I think from that conversation, also from all of you, if have any ideas as well, I think this is something that we should talk about, and set some time aside to talk about as a board in terms of how to create a more effective process. Because to be honest, what has happened in the past has not been effective.
Has not been good or effective, yeah.
In that it didn't really provide anything beyond just kind of busy work and just checking the boxes.
How do you sound like? I don't know, I sort of like it. And next year you're like.
Patty, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Patty.
Oh, I thought it was pretty effective.
Oh,
And
I
next
wasn't
year
mentioning-
you would have,
Yeah.
naturalism talent to go with it. So, yeah, I found it interesting. I mean, we all put in our own ideas and then he consolidated. I didn't even know if we needed somebody else, but I guess we did
Yeah.
to make it consolidated. And seems to me it works pretty well. I don't know how.
I wasn't,
you
yeah,
felt about it.
sorry, I wasn't referencing this last one we just did, I was talking about
In previous
in
years.
previous years.
Oh, okay.
And this last one was trying to make it more effective by having an outsider come in. But yeah, I agree, thank you, Patty, sorry for
I
that
don't-
confusion.
I don't want to make the wheel every time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which
is
the bidding for this particular topic?
No, even though it's recommended to have an evaluation. Can I just share that I've been through now like 5 processes, and including this last one, and definitely want to make sure that it's useful. And that's a good use of our time, you know, to Stephanie's point, we're volunteers. During my fellowship on school board partners, they recommended continuous, like a meeting quarterly check-in that wasn't a gotcha. The last superintendent evaluations have been really difficult because it's kind of like they're looking for everything wrong, and that goes in the evaluation, and it's not helpful for someone's learning and improving on their job. And so my hope would be that whatever we come up with this year is useful to you, is a way for us to keep you accountable, to measure progress against our goals, and not to be used as a weapon. In previous years, it has been, but I also really, I like the idea of the consultant that we had. And I would be really interested to hear his feedback, his critical feedback. And I would be interested in your experience as well, just because I like to collect data before I make decisions. But, you know, I would just say I hope that we end up with the best instrument ever. Maybe not use the School Board Association's template, I'm not a fan of it. And make a process that's generative and helpful and not weaponized, yes.
Good points. Anything else
And
about
we will have,
superintendent's?
we'll have data this time. But I like the idea, the reason we hired a consultant was because we thought that would be the best way to get the best work out on the board and synthesize us as a board, not one individual over another.
Got it. Sharon, anything?
Well, I'd love to add that I sent an email to Roseanne and Sharon asking if they can share my contract with the board. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, maybe we have a session at some point during like a work session where we look at your goals, whatever. And then that beforehand, and then you come prepared to, about, you can have Dr. Louder present his thoughts on improvements, or, you know, just come up with a plan for doing that in a work session, right?
I think that's appropriate because there's a review part to my contract that is scheduled for this academic year. And I would love to be able to talk about a couple of things in there.
Sharon?
I was going to call out the timeframes. I have the contract here and we'll send it at your request. And it's important to be aware of the timeframes that are in contracts so that the evaluation happens, timely. And I think it references, I'll have to remember, it references the goals that you've already established for coming into this next year, right?
No, there's
Okay,
not
excuse
goals in the contract. I think that's something, and I think that's something to be determined. Is that something I'm doing with board leadership or the board in a work session? Is it based on the goals that I've set with the team or the goals that you all have for me? I think for me I know it's not time to get into the whole conversation, but I will say that it always is wonderful to know how you're evaluated and what your supervisors are looking for and determined to be a measure of success. So.
Yeah, I think if we're clear, that helps everything. I'm skeptical or really skeptical of putting board goals in a contract. We tried that one year. We tried paying an extra $25,000 for percentage point increase in student scores, and that just was a disaster. The process was a disaster, the outcomes were a disaster. It was really a waste of time. And we spent what should have been, a 1 month process, 2 month process, weeks with people holding out and digging their feet in, saying, I'm not gonna sign off on anything unless we add in, $25,000 per.
Lastly, I want to encourage the board to commit to a self-evaluation. I know it was talked about before, I think it didn't come to fruition.
Yeah, I wanna,
Yeah.
queued up. Director Sullivan did a lot of work on this. And it's something that I think I didn't ask you beforehand, but I was going to ask.
Well, I
Now
did
that we're
not-
in public meeting,
I did not
ask
do
the,
a lot of work. I went to OSBA, ran into somebody who does all the evaluations. I had some number, and he was willing to do it last year and the year before, so we never got it down. And it's fairly inexpensive. I've heard it's good, obviously we've done it, but it just pretty much involves everyone filling out a sheet. It goes back to them, they come back and talk to us, I believe you take it. It's fast, it's simple, and I've heard it's good, so I could definitely contact them again. I guess she used to work for the district, actually. So, and she was very willing to do it, but we never found her.
okay.
I think that's a good idea to do a self-evaluation.
$750, I believe.
I just, he's got
Yes, $750,
I'm seeing nods.
Oh.
All right, it's on the list.
Yes,
It's on the
I
list
think
that
so.
you're interested in pursuing.
And, especially, I think, I wanna, again, it's our decision as a board.
Yeah.
But I really like pushing the idea of having an outsider come in who has done it before, at least guiding us in the first 2 years. That way we know how to do it, and then we can decide to continue ourselves. I think it would be nice to have a coach come in, and otherwise, we're just reinventing the wheel, which is, kind of a waste of time. Thank you.
Got that, Madam Chair? All right, last thing we have to do are pluses and deltas. What went well in your retreat? What didn't go so well? What could be improved on? Pluses and deltas, we call them. Along with your self-evaluation is also the possibility of determining if you're going to do retreats on a quarterly or biannual basis, more than once a year. That's a decision that the board has to make as well. Tell me quickly, we're going to go round robin really fast. We didn't get to do our activity that was designed for the bell. I repurposed it because we were short on time. But tell me what went well in your work together today and what can be improved on. I'm going to go round robin. What went well? Part about the self-evaluation.
We should start with Rochelle.
Oh, yeah, we forgot about Sean.
Rochelle, what went well? I am so sorry you couldn't be here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
One thing that
I don't know. I feel like everything went well besides me being sick. I thought that the content was really helpful and this was really productive. But I guess if I have to be specific, I really liked learning about everybody's individual styles and how we can all work better together.
Excellent. Thanks for being a trooper hanging in there while you're not feeling well. Hope you feel better soon.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go around the room quickly for pluses and then we'll do the delta.
Okay, I got a lot out of this today that I frankly didn't know based on the agenda, so I learned a lot. I appreciate the materials. I liked getting up and moving around and working in little groups and talking about things. I wish, I know you're not looking for deltas right now, but I wish we'd read these aloud so we could all hear what we wanted to start and stop. But that's not, I have another delta, so I'll wait on that.
And we'll send them out to everyone. So
You're
this
gonna
is-
type those up?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did you mean the sticky notes? Yeah, we did the gallery crawl. That's the way for everybody to see what everyone else wrote. You may have been on break at the time, but we had to come across our minutes. What went well? Tell me quick.
Okay, I'm a data collector, so I really appreciate and value hearing from all my fellow board members and staff that are here today about their thoughts and values and what's important.
All right, what else?
I liked the TTI exercise and learning that we're pretty much in two very separate camps.
Keep going quick.
I liked the personality exercises as well, but I really looked at it as, I wouldn't want us to all be the same. I love that it's spread out because I think that everybody's bringing like different strengths to the table. So I actually really appreciated that.
All right.
Yeah, I appreciated when we worked together. Just because they sort of new people, sort of, two new people to me, and it's just fun to work with other people.
All right.
Just generally enjoy being in the company of the people in this room.
Next.
Dr. Armstrong?
Oh, just good content, and I thought the conditions for learning was excellent.
I have one more I'd like to add. There was a lot of critical thought today coming in Betty's direction. I thought you handled it like really gracefully and appreciate that.
It's a nice observation.
I like hearing these also.
Anybody else?
Big thanks to Rosanna and Kara for like the setup and making sure that everything was really smooth.
Yeah, and it's a nice setup all the way around. We can see each other.
Definitely a lot more natural light than in other spaces we've
Yeah.
been in.
Yep, once Sharon said, let the shades up.
I know, it doesn't
Once Sharon said, let the shades up.
Here.
What could go better?
It's
What
not
could go
just a
better?
little things, it's a lot of them.
Starting over here.
Okay, go ahead.
Delta.
Start on this side, I'm gonna go this way. Go ahead. Go.
I felt like there were some like decisions that were made in the slides that then we kind of talked about, but then we let go, and I'm still unclear on if just by existing, I've already agreed to all these new changes that we didn't really talk about.
There were no decisions. Patty.
Oh, gosh, I did one.
What could be better?
I'll tell you, for our meeting, I thought it was fantastic. I can't think of anything negative. 5 minutes a meeting.
Thank you, Patty.
I thought it went great. I wish we'd had a little more time. Maybe another hour, hour and a half would have been, because we missed a few things.
I was hoping somebody would say that.
That was my feedback as well. We needed more time, a little bit more time to dive in.
More time.
Boy, I'm gonna add to that. I think this is like only the first chapter. Like, I think we need, like, I would like us to do this quarterly. Because so we can keep developing our teamwork and our ability to work together and work out stuff, like how to get information to board members earlier.
Where are the, yeah,
I remain confused why we didn't have an opportunity to talk about the school board and superintendent work focus areas, because at the board meeting, we delayed it so that we could talk about this today. And so this is really, really important, I think, because it's a draft. And I know a lot of us have supplied ideas, we want to add to it or talk about it, and so this remains.
Tell me what you call the
outstanding.
document again.
It's called focus areas. The doc title.
School board,
Yeah.
I'm
It's
sorry,
School board and
focus areas.
superintendent work focus areas, and we've talked about it now. We've not talked about it now 3 or 4 times without actually talking about it, but always saying we're gonna talk about it next time and then never talking about it, and it's really important. And I thought this is what we were gonna be talking about
Is
a
that
lot
on this
today.
list over here?
work plan, yeah. We're calling it a work plan,
Work
and it's a
plan.
document that's intended to keep us kind of focused on several things, not everything.
Okay.
I'll make-
I think our new members
Hey, one more thing.
Let me make sure, work focus area is the same as work plan?
I think it's like the board's work plan. I
The
think it
board's
says
work plan.
answer them, but I think what we're missing is the board's actual.
We have like
Work
the
plan.
focus areas, and now we need to build it.
Exactly.
Yeah, we have some of the focus areas.
Right, we might still need to
Yeah.
finalize
And
those.
we need a separate.
Yeah, also, I just wanted to add that, like, we didn't do the TTI thing, surprise there. I would like us all to remember that some of the answers given and some of the results given might depend on what time of the month it is, whether we're tired, whether we're hungry, whether we're feeling crabby or happy. And
I would hate for us to feel boxed in, like we don't have anyone in the board that can do these things, because I think we do. I think everyone here is committed, flexible, and willing to step up to the plate. So I don't like that this TTI has sort of said, you don't have these aspects on your board, you're screwed. And I don't think that's true. So I would just ask us all to remain.
Yeah, he didn't say you're screwed.
No.
Stuff to watch out for.
Yeah.
Insightful, but not conclusive.
Exactly, yeah.
Good point.
You have to remember they said, get your answer fast, because he thought about it, because, no.
Yeah.
So you just.
I did it on my
you
phone,
don't
I was
have
like,
to take it.
maybe I should have made it more, take more time.
Any personality inventories have those kind of downsides to them, but in general, they can still be very perceptive and useful, but not conclusive. All right, anything else for the good of the order?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your hard work, for all that you do for the children here in Portland, for school board members who don't get paid to do the work but volunteer. I applaud each of you. Thank you for your work.